Welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, and we're back at VIR for day 2. It's the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic here at Virginia International Raceway. Welcome everybody. My name is Paul, and we're so glad to have you along with us here on this fantastic day of racing that we're on tap for. We're supposed to have weather in the high 40s, low 50s, and so things should be shaping up pretty nicely for today's broadcast. So thanks so much for joining us as we get started here. Cars are about ready to roll off of the grid here momentarily, and then we'll go ahead and get started. I see the Flagtronics is already active and that it is set as full course caution as we get started here. We're going to be running the North Course again today, and we're on board here with Parts Badger. They had Roy's going to come up and talk to us a little bit later. They had a number of issues yesterday with that machine, and it's always issues you don't know about, but there's quite a story. They actually replaced a hub yesterday after the race, and this is a team that found themselves in impound yesterday. So they're going to be he's going to come up and talk to us about the challenges they have and some new things that his team is debuting. He's got some pretty exciting things on tap for the future in development, and so we're going to hear from Roy a little bit later on. The Mini Cooper is queued up and ready to go back to work again today. So they had quite a battle yesterday with the transaxle and driveline issues, but they've gotten all those things sorted out, they hope. Yesterday they certainly spent a lot of time on the racetrack after all those repairs. There's Patrick, the owner. Patrick Volti came up and talked to us yesterday. Looks like they're getting a late start here. They're scrambling to get a driver buckled in and going here so they can get them out onto the racetrack. This isn't Broken 60 Seconds. This is one of the Car Fab team, and I got a chance to talk to them today. It turns out they're from Canada. They came all the way down from Canada to race with us this weekend. And so they have 2 cars here this weekend. One of them, they blew the engine yesterday, windowed the block. This one, I believe they money shifted it, but they got it fixed. And so it looks like they're going to be leading everybody off the grid. So they're going to be leading the field. They are on pole. So there they go. They're being told, go ahead and go. You're going to lead us out this morning to start 7 hours of continuous endurance road racing here at VIR. The Car Fab guys. This is the car number 451. And that is a Chevrolet Cobalt, an 06. I don't know what's going on. What am I supposed to do? Just follow this guy in the car with the blinking lights. It'll be okay. He's probably thinking, great, now I'm going to get stormed by all these fast cars here behind me, but everybody's got a shot at it. Yesterday's winner, the Pinky car. I'm pushing them over to the side here. Oh, they may be having some mechanical issues with it. It looks like they're working on the shift linkage. So the cars are rolling off of the grid. It looks like the CarFab car is already stranded in the pits. So they'll take a look at that. Maybe they can get going here again. So someone else has picked up the lead to ride behind the pace car. Yesterday's winner here, the Pinky Machine, they had their fair share of drama yesterday. Make sure I've got this set right. I've got somebody on audio here that's overriding everything. So I'll figure it out. Oh, I got it over here. There we go. All right, now we got my act together here a little bit. But welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Yeah, we're at VIR. The cars are rolling off the track, and they're already heading up the section here through turn 7 up onto the cut through. Hope you folks are having a fantastic weekend as we head into the holiday. Well, we're kind of heading into the holiday season. Black Friday, of course, was just a couple of days ago, and still the Thanksgiving Day weekend. And looks like the CarFab guys still trying to get their Cobalt going. Yeah, they worked really hard on it yesterday, getting it patched back together. And they've got some kind of a shifter linkage problem that's continuing. So the Pinky car is going to start a lap down today, but at the back of the field, which, you know, the field's not that big. So as they get started here this morning, they're going to be somewhat still on the front straightaway when the green flag falls. So this is the reconnaissance lap. They're checking the transponders. So we would think, since we had all day yesterday of racing, transponders should be pretty good today. And everybody's getting ready to go racing here. So welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live. I was talking to one of the drivers a little bit earlier. I said, you know, we were seeing a lot of lockups, especially on this camera, going down into turn 1. He said, actually, it was everywhere. We were having lockups. There you can see some tire smoke there. And he said it's just, it wasn't that bad under lateral braking, but for some reason, going into the slower corners, it was pretty slick. And we know the track is cold out there, so everybody's trying to get acclimated. And so now they all know what's going on. There's the Ranger team. The Ford Ranger that did well yesterday. They finished the race. They were out. He said, I talked to them. He said, we were only out for about 20 minutes of the race. The rest of the time, we were out there and competing, and they were just over the moon happy. You know, you can imagine how excited they were. I happened to drive by while they were doing sort of a group photo in front of the truck, and there had to be 30 people out there. They have such a big support crew, a lot of family and friends that have come to the race this weekend and joined them. I said, hey, what do you think about letting me put a camera in your car? I said, oh, I don't think we could handle the pressure. We're just trying to get our legs underneath us, and I don't think we could handle that. I'd say, well, it's not really pressure. It's just being included in the family, but that's okay. Well, maybe we'll catch up with them next year. They might come back and race with us here and in the spring. Maybe we can catch up with them then. But yeah, great team. Great to see them out there, and they're proudly flying the F-Class flag this weekend as David's leading the teams around. So yeah, it looks like, the Pinky car is going to be, he's towards the front of the pack. He's just a lap down, so it shouldn't take long for him to get some clear air and then work on trying to get caught up. I did talk to them a little bit, and I think Chris's dad's going to come up and talk to us. And they said, one thing that we're looking at right now is all of our tires are pretty old, and they wiped out the tires that they were driving on yesterday. I saw them sitting there. There was nothing left on them. So, tire situation, not the best this weekend for the Pinky team. But the other thing they were running into issue with was fuel consumption. And that was something we noticed yesterday watching the live feed, watching the race yesterday. We noticed they came into the pits about 5 minutes earlier than they really should have to be on that 2-hour rotation of pit stops. But he said, we couldn't make it on fuel. And sure enough, as soon as we came in, we went to Purple 35, and then the RVA Graphics and Wraps team, they picked up the advantage of pitting under the caution, and David's picked up the pace, leading the field down the front straightaway here. They're starting to spread out because David's really picked up the pace here, heading down into turn number 1. And the 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps, they're going to start a lap down due to points, is what I'm hearing. So with that in mind, it's a really interesting race yesterday. If you missed it, you might want to go back and watch it. And today's going to be pretty interesting, too, I think, for that reason. There's a lot to consider here. Hey, Justin. Good morning. So yeah, Roy's going to stop up and talk to us today. It'll be great to hear from him. He's got some pretty cool stuff going on. They've developed a brake system for the rear brakes on it, and they're selling this stuff. So there's some guy that works for him that's selling it. So they're doing a lot of testing with it, and I took a picture of it. It's pretty cool. So I definitely want to hear more about that. And there's a big QR code on the side of the car, so if you snap that, you can go out to their website and check it out. So could Pinky do it a 1-2 this weekend? Possibly. Probably the two concerns that they have right now is that fuel consumption and tires. Will they be able to make it on both? And that's going to be the thing. Yesterday, I was talking to Chris Huggins a little bit this morning. He said, well, really it was we were running in second, and the 411 was flagged in for exhaust, and that really kind of handed it to us. So they certainly don't feel like they powerhoused by everybody and took the win. And here we go. Pace car is in, and the cars come down the front straightaway, taking the green here. at Virginia International Raceway. We should see that green flag, and there it is, high in the sky. We're starting 7 hours of endurance road racing here at VIR. Cars go rushing down into turn 1 for the first time today under green, and you can see Chris Huggins already, that machine jumping out towards the front of the field. Here they come through turns 2 and 3. He's already moved into second place behind what looks like one of the Miatas. And there's RVA Graphics and Wraps. Those cars are also up at the front. There's Parts Badger as well, as they're jockeying for position headed through NASCAR 3. Here they come, the Miata holding off the Huggins machine, and there's the RVA Graphics and Wraps sliding in 1-2 now. As they head down the side of the racetrack towards the cut through here past the Snake. And there's the 2 RVA cars, the 411 there. Looks like in 4th place. So there's the Stugat. So if you want to follow along and with the timing and scoring, you can do so at race-monitor.com. And keep an eye on the standings there as we go. Good morning, Fred. How are things at Nelson Ledges this weekend? Down into Hog Pen we go. Here they come. The Miata's got a good run coming down the front straightaway. Wow, Parts Badger moving up quick. Down into turn 1 they go. A whole cluster of cars moving in, 4 or 5 cars all going into turn 1 at the same time. Well, you can really see the E30 of Pinky using all the racetrack there. And some cars getting by the RVA Graphics and Wraps machines as they jockey for position. There's Parts Badger coming through. Down into turn 7. And the Mini Cooper, they are working on that car. And it looks like the Cobalt has made it out onto the racetrack. Here we go down into Hog Pen and back onto the front straightaway. The leaders of the race. They're showing No Foo Racing as leading the race right now, followed by Parts Badger, Precision, Lost Parts, and RCX Motorsport in the Porsche. And No Foo had a great day yesterday. And they're having a great start to today, too. Parts Badger has actually already slipped by the Pinky machine. And they had so much to repair work to do to this car. They had a broken wing. They had just the hub had to be replaced, and they had some other things they had to repair on the car. There was a lot going on. And here they're moving to the front here. They're challenging for the lead here is Parts Badger. And Roy's just done such a great job of combing this car out. Looking for a place to get by in the twisties. And this is the fight for the lead. Coming down into hog pen. If he can just being patient here. Yeah, if he can get the inside run, this will be great. Looks like he's in the clear. Parts Badger gets the lead, and now it's the Pinky machine looking to get by, and you can see them just creeping by in the rear view mirror as they head down into turn number 1 again. And Pinky's now taking a peek around maybe Parts Badgers. All 3 cars go into turn 1. A lot of wheel chop going there for the number 148, and Pinky having a little trouble with that No-Fu Racing Miata. It's so quick. You do want to be careful out here on those curbs. You don't want to get over the curbs and into the grass because the way those are formed, there's kind of an edge there, and you can lose a tire. Parts Badger leading the race, headed under the Michelin Bridge here. They take that right-hander and head up the hill. Now Pinky's now moved into second place and gotten by the Fu machine. Now looking to see if he can catch up with Parts Badger. Here's No Fu Racing on that Sentinel system. What an exciting looking racetrack. And I've had a good time out there. I'm just kind of touring around in my van just to set up cameras, and this looks like a lot of fun. I have to go with Adrian. I think probably going down into hog pen for me would be the most exciting and pleasing part of the racetrack. I would really enjoy this run right down here as you bottom out in hog pen. Right there. That's cool. And they head back up the hill. Back on board with Pinky, still really sawing at the wheel here. This track is cold. You know, we're back in the we're in the high 20s this morning. It feels a little bit warmer today than it was yesterday. And we have Parts Badger coming through turn 4 and 5 into 6, headed up the Snake. And then they'll head under the bridge. That's the bridge that takes you out of the facility. And back up the hill they go. On board with the leader. Here's the Carfab Cobalt, 06 Chevy Cobalt. These guys, as I said earlier, came all the way from Canada with a 2-car entry. And they spent a lot of time working on the cars yesterday. I was talking to Chris, the car owner, and he said, "Yeah, today we're just hoping to drive." we're really done with the whole working on the car thing. We just want to go out and drive and have a good time. Thanks, Mike. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm trying to expand things a little bit on the camera setup. Yeah, these guys, they had it hard. You know, they've come all the way from Canada. Plus, they windowed a block yesterday in one of their cars. This one, I think, was money shifted, he said, and they had to take it all apart and fix it. So they've paid some dues this weekend, and hopefully today it's just going to be a fun day today. It's not supposed to rain, so it should be a pretty good day for them weather-wise. We'll go back to the front here, and Pinky still dicing it up here. Trying to get their lap back. They have to come all the way around the field. So even if and when they get by the Parts Badger machine, they got to get all the way back around again to have a shot at the win. The Cobalt comes by the start-finish line here to start another lap. We're on board with the machine yesterday that won the race. And they're headed down the hill. Whoa, we got a little crossed up there, but no problem catching that E30. Parts Badger coming across the start-finish line here. And Pinky is falling behind. That Parts Badger machine is just really on song this morning. As they head down into the first turn, you can see there's the pickup truck, the 02 Ford Ranger that's here with us. And there's the Pinky machine heading in. We're waiting to see. There's RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411. So both of those cars down a lap. They've got some work to do today to get themselves up to the front of the field. So Parts Badger leads over No-Foo Racing. Precision Lost Parts is in third. Then it's Fuse 15, the Stug, RVA Graphics and Wraps 311, Walsh Brace Racing, Obtuse Racing, M2R. That's the top 10 there on the roster. So B-Class being led by Parts Badger. EC is by RCX Motorsport. No-Foo Racing is leading A-Class today. And the Stug is leading C-Class. It's interesting that the top 5 cars are not C-Class cars. But of course, 2 of them have a lap to make up. So it should be a mostly sunny day today. Back on board with the car fab Cobalt. So we will have race logs running today, and you can check that out by going to the CharmpCar.Org website, scroll down, look for 2024 race control logs. You click it, it'll launch a spreadsheet that's web-based. You'll notice at the bottom there's a number of tabs. You have to arrow over because those tabs represent each race, and of course most of the races are completed. So you have to scroll all the way over to the VIR winter race for, it says VIR North 7, and that's today's event. So car 89, the BOT Speed Squad, they're watching that car. They've got some smoke that's been reported. They think it might be just some residual oil burn off from the transmission yesterday. I got to go back to the No-Foo Racing camera that's running in 1080p, so it's a really impressive image here as that team's working their way through the field. That thing is whisper quiet, that Miata. Fred Wolf in the show today, watching the show. Of course, Fred is the track manager as the 411's trying to come by No-Foo. Is the track manager at Nelson Ledges Road Course in Ohio. Legendary road course. That's Champ Car for you. We race at the legendary tracks. And there's still an opportunity to race with us this year, as we'll be at Sebring in December for the New Year's Eve race. So it's an 8+7, and there's still room to get signed up and come race with us. I know Justin's going to be there with his Miata, which is for sale, by the way, so you can see the car in action. That's the Average Joe's Racing Team. This is pretty cool through here. It's not just a bunch of wiggles. There's a lot of elevation changes too. A lot of pitch and roll and all that kind of fun stuff. And then down roller coaster here into Hogpen. There's the Cobalt team right there. Maybe he can fade. Oh, they see them, and they're so good heads up driving by the Cobalt driver. He kind of pulls to the right there to stay out of the way of the faster No Foo Racing Miata. Good heads up driving. And the Mini Cooper here, they're still working on the Red Barn Cooper. They've got the hood up on it now. So just a tough weekend for those guys, and it's such a great group of guys too. It's just a shame to see them struggling so much. Seen a lot of wheel action here in the Pinky. Let's see if it's let's see if that back end is settled down at all, or if they're just going to be driving it that way. Yeah, there's a lot of catching in the back end. It's just must be just the way the car, it's the way they drive the car, you know. Parts Badger continuing to gap the field here. They've got Parts Badger has the fastest lap time of the day with a 140.6. And they're over 16 seconds ahead of the RCX Porsche Boxster, which is an EC car. It's another 26 seconds back, so they're over 35 seconds out. It's about 40 seconds ahead of the field is Parts Badger already this morning. He started towards the front of the field, but quickly moved right by everybody and took over the lead of the race. So yeah, we don't know what's going to happen, but we're hoping for a good race. And that's the sentiment amongst all the teams when I talk to them. It's like, yeah, we don't really know. We're just going to go out and do the best we can, and hopefully we come out with a great result. We don't know. It just seems like because they're up at the front and they win races that they've got it all together and it's just easy for them, but that's not the truth. It's difficult. It's not easy. And this is what it looks like for the Red Barn Racing Team right now, as they are working on, obviously, it's an electrics, could be engine management, and I believe that is a supercharged car. So I hope you folks are having a great start of your Sunday today. Maybe you're getting some work done on your car. Maybe you're taking some time off just to spend time with family. Watch the fights at the football game. Watch the football game. I mean the fights. I mean the football game. If you guys didn't see that, I don't know. Yeah, and yesterday we were watching the Broken 60 Seconds Mustang, and they blew a head gasket yesterday, and I was being texted by the guys from Eddie Vedder that were giving me a lot of the backstory and helping me know, okay, this is who's in the car and so on, and mercifully told me, yeah, you keep calling it blown in 60 seconds, and it's broke in 60 seconds, which I think is a great name. And if you're not familiar, most of you probably know it's a play on words from the Hal Needham movie Gone in 60 Seconds, which is a movie that was shot back in the 1970s, and Hal Needham was a stuntman, a stunt coordinator, a film director, had a storied history in Hollywood. And when he had the opportunity to shoot that film, he held the record for the most destroyed cars ever in a picture. And he may still hold that record. If you haven't seen Gone in 60 Seconds, and I've got somebody with us here in the booth, and so that's going to be your headset there once you get settled in. From the Pinky team. We are over here. Yep. Well, good morning, sir. Oh, yeah, you'll let you get your headset figured out there. There you go.
All right, that's better.
So good morning.
Good morning. How are you,
I'm
Paulie?
good.
Yeah.
How are you doing up in the warmth here? A little bit better.
Good. Yeah, it's nice. Well, it's a little warmer. I think Jimmy said it was about 3 degrees warmer already. So.
Yeah, it's just a little bit warmer today. What was your name?
Chip.
You're Chip.
Chip.
Okay.
Shack, yeah.
All right, and so you're with the Pinky team, and so you guys had an interesting race yesterday.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good race. Pretty clean all the way around.
It ended up coming your way there towards the end.
Yeah, it was handed to us, but it's a win. We'll take it for sure. That's
part of it, though, isn't it? It's about do the best you can, get your car as far up as you can. Maybe things will turn your way.
Be in that position to take advantage of someone else's misfortune. Yeah,
because that's the name of the game is endurance racing.
Yeah,
and those things happen. That's part of the game, right?
Yep.
So, as I was down there talking to you this morning, I think it was John pointed out tires. Yeah, we're just running on older tires. Is that right?
Today we are. I think some of these are from the Sebring race last December.
Oh, okay.
And some of them are from the NCM race.
Wow.
And,
okay.
Yeah. So they're not quite as sticky as they were yesterday. Yesterday we were running those Vitor, I guess you'd call them, VITOUR.
Okay.
America's tire. Made in China, apparently, though. But they were good until they weren't. So we'll keep working with Chris got some deal from them, and we'll probably work with them some to help develop.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully.
Nice.
They were good. We enjoyed them.
So he's involved in some of the development?
He's trying to work with them. They kind of gave us a little break on the 8 tires. And I think for a new tire like that, trying to get into a series like this is valuable.
Sure.
So if anything we can do to help them out, any feedback we can provide, I think would be appreciated from them.
So some of the other challenges you had yesterday, there was fuel related?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams were going through higher consumption of fuel due probably because of the weather being colder out there. So we were not able to go 2 hours. We figured that out early in the day and started adjusting accordingly.
So when you're saying that it was cooler, people are using more fuel, do you equate that then also that you were making more power?
Probably. It's got to go somewhere.
Because of the density?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. At least that's our theory.
So did you get to drive the car yesterday?
Yeah, I was out from about noon to close to 2, I think it was. Car was handling great. It was fun.
So I was talking to one of the other drivers in the loot this morning, and, well, here's the thing. We noticed that guys going down into turn 1, we were seeing a lot of tire lockup. Now, I didn't know if you noticed anything when you were out there as far as slippery conditions, the track being cold, or
not. Well, the track's definitely cold, by the time I got out there, it was different.
Okay.
It was warmer. Definitely getting into ABS more than I usually do. That was wasn't concerning. It was just something I noticed that was not normal for this track. There's a lot of cars I was seeing locking up all over the track.
Yeah, that's what he said too. He said it wasn't just turn 1; it was everywhere.
Yeah.
The low-speed corners breaking into them. It was slippery, and people were struggling. It looked like it took quite a while for people to get acclimated, because we were seeing 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. We still were seeing lockups going into 1.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I think it's hard to sometimes. Isn't it time we can start really attacking these corners? No, I guess it isn't. And you know what? Once you flat spot a tire, it kind of keeps coming back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It just exasperates itself, doesn't it? But Chris has kind of developed an ABS system that seems to be working really well, and I guess it's available. He sells it. Am I right?
He's just rebuilding the pumps.
Oh, okay.
Kind of takes them apart and cleans them up, and these pumps are all from the late 90s, early, or late 80s, early 90s, and so they get pretty gunked up. Yes, I forget when he put the clean pumps in his car, but they definitely do their job. They're old technology, though, so.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that.
Yeah, but they do their job.
So am I.
Very old technology. Yeah. Well, I might have you buy a few there.
So who's in the car right now?
Chris is in the car.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And I noticed now when he drives, he's really pitching the back end. I notice he's doing a lot of wheel correction, sawing at the wheel. Is that because that's just his style?
No grip.
Or is it you just don't have the grip?
We don't have the grip.
It's the rear tires are just breaking loose, and he's just trying to hang into it. Yeah.
Yeah. But he will drive probably loose, and he's more comfortable. But I also, I'm comfortable with it, but I try not to have any tire spin. Because again, we're endurance racing. It's one thing if you're out there some sprint racing, club racing stuff that your race is 25 minutes long. I don't care if I spin the tires some and get rid of some rubber, as long as I can lay power down.
Sure.
And at least in my mind, in endurance racing, you kind of have to balance that. Know when to push, know when to abuse the equipment, kind of, but endurance racing, you really don't want to abuse it.
Right. And so you guys have some fuel consumption. You're using more fuel than normal, and it's hurting your whole pit stop strategy, isn't it?
Well, it's adjusting it. And the bad thing is there's only I don't know how many cars started today. What do we got? Maybe
we'll see when that flips.
under 20.
So, right.
So probably less code 35s.
You got 19.
We can go. Yesterday I think with some fuel conserve we could get to 145. So if we can do that today, that works.
Here comes the setup. Headed down into 1 on the 411. He has to be careful here, of course. He doesn't want a lockup going down in there.
Yeah, we were having good battles with them yesterday. They're all great drivers, and I think Farron's in the car there. So They will race hard and clean.
So when it comes to fuel conservation, to try and stretch, do you guys go into that whole kind of thing, or you just drive it as it is? And
No, I mean, yesterday was definitely, we're trying to do that because we didn't know exactly, how long we could go. But it was apparent early that we weren't going to be able to go 2. But yeah, you coast, lift and coast into certain corners and maybe use some different gearing.
There, it looks like Chris got by. So when you're doing that, was the fact that you were running out of fuel before the 2 hours was up, was that something you could tell as a driver? Could he tell we have a fuel-related problem, or did he know until the last, all of a sudden, we're running out of gas?
We have a pretty accurate fuel gauge.
So they know.
So we know our fuel burn.
You know you were in some trouble.
Yeah. So we figured that out early at the start yesterday. And so then the discussion starts of how we're gonna run this race.
Yeah, and did that figure in today's strategy? Did you say, well, maybe we can stretch things out a little bit?
Well, now we know we can easily go. We could go an hour 45.
Okay.
So hour 45 gets us to 7 hours.
And you got your 7 hours.
Yeah. So
less of a concern today.
That works.
Right.
That math is easy. I can even do that. But you can still play a code 35 if they pop. But at that point you're kind of committed.
So you're talking about maybe we can pit
early.
Have a window there where we can get in and pit under a caution.
Yeah.
And when you don't have as many cars on the track, you're not as likely to get as many cautions. And so now you have that whole part of the strategy.
Yeah.
We just, if it wasn't for the Mini Cooper yesterday, I don't think we would have had a caution. We didn't have much in the way of cautions during the first stint.
No.
And that's when things kind of opened up.
And then on Sundays, the second day is usually cleaner. Cars that
sure
are going to break already broke.
Yeah.
So you don't have the cars that are going to break, and the drivers are kind of dialed in now, and on the second day, and so historically the second day we'll just have less cautions.
Right.
Yeah. So
that first stint seems to be the time when you get the most cautions, and then it sort of settles down as the race wears on. And that's not always the case.
No.
We have some tracks it seems like it's every half hour on the half hour.
Yeah.
But at many races it seems like that's kind of the general flow. You get the cars that are on the verge of breaking are going to break in the first stint. And then those kind of get filtered out like you said, and then we have a little bit more green racing time on our hands. But it looks like this was interesting. I'm watching because the 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps got past the Pinky BMW, and then he passes them back eventually. And we'll see what kind of a gap he can do. But he's got some work to do.
Yeah.
Because he has to not only get by the leader at some point, but get back around and challenge them again for the lead. And that might happen with just the fact that you don't have that fuel issue, being on an 8-hour race. We're being on a 7-hour race today. So you've got a fair shot at it, just like everybody else does, to maybe pick up a back-to-back. So you were saying Chris is starting a lap down today.
Yep.
Because that's due to the MOV that Champ Car has. If you win the race on day 1, you would start 1 lap down at this track on day 2. But then we were also talking about RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411 car. They too would be starting down a lap because of points.
Yes.
Right.
So they started the lap down yesterday as well. But I mean, that's where pit strategy can come into play. And you have your driver ability. Our 3 drivers today or this weekend, we're all pretty close in times. Where some teams, they have a good driver and a couple not so good drivers, and and that plays into it. Right now probably everyone's got, if not their hot shoe, one of their better drivers in, and then the next stint, they might fall off 5-6 seconds a lap. you
Right.
know, and so right now if we're running even with the leader and we still have to catch him and pass him and catch him up again, yeah, we're not worried about it right now. You
Right.
know, it's a long race. You know, you just keep chugging away and driving clean and driving fast and doing what you do. And because RVA yesterday, but they kind of, that's where the pit strategy comes in at code 35. I mean, under green, I think you're losing 3 laps here. Under purple 35, you're kind of 2 laps, potentially less than 2 laps.
Yep.
So, you can easily make up time there.
Mm-hmm.
That's, kind of gifted to you,
Right.
if it works.
Right.
If it works.
Yeah. Yeah, this is such a fun sport. And I really like the way the Champ Car has these rules with the 5-minute pit stop with fuel, and you get the 2-hour limit on the stint for the driver. And I just like the way it just puts this whole thing together. I think it's a lot of fun. And the limitation on the amount of fuel you can carry as well, that's a really important part of the whole rule set. There's always been people that want to change those things, but if you change that, it just changes the whole dynamic and makeup of the club. We got a car off turn left. Looks like they're getting going again though.
It's good.
Down at turn 1, and he's back on the racetrack there. Looks like the leader might be heading into that very turn. Nope, looks like he's in a different part of the racetrack.
Yeah, he's coming into Stevie Wonder. Yeah, that was the 330 BMW, it looked like.
Yeah, that didn't even put us under caution, so still going. And Parts Badger holds the fastest lap time of the day at 140.2.
Yeah.
26. I think it was the Pinky Machine. You guys got the fastest lap time of the day yesterday?
I think it was actually the 411 RVA.
The 411 did. Okay.
Yeah,
He's got under that 140.
Yeah, he was smoking. Chris got in. He had a 140 flat. I think my best yesterday was a 140.9, and then I think John was just a couple tenths behind me. So that's driver consistency, right?
Yeah.
And so it really doesn't matter who's in our car. We're going to have competitive laps, and RVA is the same way. I'm not familiar with the Parts Badger guys. But you have those teams that do have a solid driver lineup, and they're always going to be there.
Yeah. And it's so much. I was a part of a team that was like that, and it was so much fun.
Yeah.
It was great. It was lovely. We were just all hitting the same lap times, and you just hand it from one driver to the next, and it doesn't matter who's in the car anymore, and you're not worried about any of that stuff. And it's still a competitive thing because it's instead of several seconds, it's just a few tenths here and there.
Right, and
still fun.
And I have to beat you.
Yeah, just the satisfaction of one lap. I seem to really get it put together.
Yeah,
and I got you. Had a tailwind or whatever. I had you. Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was trash talking Chris yesterday because I was just a tenth behind him, and I was like, "Well, you had the brand new tires, And then he goes out and he takes almost another second off his lap time. I was like, "You bastard!"
Sure, sure, you had to do that.
Yeah. You can't let the old guy beat you.
That's funny. Yeah. Well, it looks like they're getting off to a really good start. Let's see, where's he at in the standings right now? He's shown in 6th place.
Okay.
Overall. There's no EC cars up ahead, so this is unofficial, of course.
Yeah.
The number 146 in 6th place, so it's Parts Badger, No Foo Racing, Precision Lost to Parts, Fuse 15, the Stug, and then the Pinky BMW, RVA Graphics and Wraps 411. We see they've been kind of dueling here as they're both trying to work through being down a lap. Walsh Brace Racing's behind them. And then it's the M2R, the lead F-Class car, and then the 311 of RVA Graphics and Wraps there in 10th place. So that is your top 10 here so far with about 6 hours and 20 minutes remaining. We're just getting started, so If you're just joining us, welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic at Virginia International Raceway, and I'm with Chip here in the booth with the Pinky team. So has Chris changed the name of the team from Pinky's Out to just Pinky, or is it just
he just punched it in on
Probably
Friday?
Just the way he punched it in. Yeah,
we're
in a hurry.
We were coming up with all sorts of team names, and he's like, I may have suggested a few, and he's like, my mom's going to be watching.
Oh, I see.
So he just went with Pinky.
There you go.
Yeah. But
I mean, how many races have you guys won out here? Do you know?
I don't know. My record on North Course is pretty good. I think I went through once, and I think we may have had like one DNF at some point. I think my worst finish here was a P6, but usually we're coming here, and this goes back to when I was with Ronald's Racers. So I think this was our first win here. It was probably our first win in Champ Car was with Ronald's Racers on North Course.
Yeah.
And so that was back. I think that was back 2012. So yeah, I've got a few laps on this one. Yeah.
If you were racing, you've got so many wins. If you were racing here, and let's say the car, there's like some kind of speed creep or thing that happens, and you guys just aren't able to win races anymore. Like you're competitive, but you're not competitive enough to get the wins. What do you think that would? Do you think that would take away from the fun for you? Do you feel like you need to have a shot at winning to enjoy it?
To me, a lot of the fun is just going out battling cars. So I've been in situations. I've had some rentals I've done, and you're just mid-pack. One of the funnest races I've ever done was my first time at Watkins Glen. I rented a seat in a Miata, and never been to the track, and at one point I'm battling like three other, two Miatas and a little E30.
Yeah.
And we're just going around lap after lap after lap, just hop frogging each other. And it's like this was like, that's fun.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, winning. I don't want to make it sound like it doesn't matter, but just going out and walking away with a race and not having any challenge, that's kind of no fun.
Sure.
I mean, yesterday was fun because we had some good battles out there with RVA the whole day. All of us did, and all the drivers are like, "Oh man, that was a blast." To me, that's the fun of it. And that's why I like Champ. I mean, this is kind of the unfortunate fall of this race right after Thanksgiving, because usually we have 50-ish cars out here, right? And this is just a fun track to race on, and it's you can go side by side through just about every turn and section, and we did that yesterday sometimes, but here he is all by himself. It's like a driving school, at times.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the reasons that I got into Champ Car, because my dad was a race car driver, and he ran into that. He raced in the SCCA, and he said, there were races where he towed all the way out there, and when he got there, he was mostly just racing by himself.
Yeah.
There's really nobody to. He was either not fast enough to catch the guy ahead, or too fast for the guy behind him to catch him.
Yeah.
And you just kind of eventually get out there by yourself for the whole weekend. It's like, well.
Yep.
You go through practice and qualifying, you do all this stuff, and then which that's one of the attractions I think for Champ Car was for me, and I think it's for a lot of teams too. Let's face it, is you want to dice it up a little bit. You want to have some wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yes.
And it's funny that you mentioned Watkins Glen. That was, for me, the most fun race I've ever had too. It was the first time I went to Watkins Glen, and it rained. I'm in this E36 saloon, and I got into a really good battle with a Miata. We had a blast doing that back and forth thing.
Yeah.
Clean racing. It's a group of guys from Texas, and we had a great time just racing around in the rain.
Yeah. I mean, that's
it's fun.
to me, that's the thrill of it. I do. I also race in VDCA, a vintage organization, and it's the same thing as you were describing with your dad. I mean, you go out there and depending on the field, depending on who showed up for your group, you might have some competition. You might have someone that's going to be running similar lap times, and you can dice it up. But it's usually there's a big speed disparity, and you're going to fall somewhere in there, and you'll find 20-25 minute race, and you find that after the start it's the fun's gone, and you're just driving around the track.
Vintage is pretty cool too. I used to vintage race. I had a Datsun Roadster, and it's seeing all those cars. You see just the wildest variety of Bugattis. I mean, it's just the wildest selection of. Some guy's got a Datsun 510, and this guy's got some old Volvo or something. It's like, where do these cars come from? Some of them, because I grew up around this sport, I remember the bug-eyed Sprites, and those cars. But there's stuff you still. It's like, wow. There was some guys that showed up with some of the old Indy racing cars, the old stuff, where they had mechanics ride with them, kind of thing. Excuse me. And so, vintage is pretty cool. I think we're a little more careful racing with each other, not to get into contact. And a little less aggressive.
Yeah, they kind of, I've had some people kind of yell at me for, outbraking them. Like turn one here or something. I understand that to a point, but we are racing after all.
Yeah.
But the vintage is fun. They do. VDCA does a joint race up here with the BMW Club, usually end of March, early April. And you talk about a really fun weekend, because they just, it's VDCA's on the track this race, and then BMW Club's out the next race, and so you get just a huge myriad of different vehicles and stuff like that. But the funnest races are those little MGs and those bug-eyes. Yeah. Where they sound like a bunch of angry hornets. Yeah. And then they will be going through hog pen 4 wide. And that's a sight to see. That is a lot of fun.
This track has some gigantic space. I mean, some of the width in this racetrack is like airport. Like, it's huge. Yeah. And then there's other parts. This looks more like your typical American club course back here. It's relatively tight. And but then there's some other areas that are gigantic. And I was remarking yesterday, this is a 2.25 mile road circuit according to their website, which is actually the same size as Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, and Road Atlanta.
And Road Atlanta is only 2/10, bigger than this. So it's really not that small. Yeah. It's quite a nice racetrack they have here, and running the North Course. And this is really... So what kind of car are you racing in vintage?
An E30.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys can run that.
Yeah, I've got one that was an old spec E30 that I've done a little tweaking here and there on, and VDCA is, some of the vintage groups are very, very picky about what they allow and they don't allow.
Yeah.
And VDCA is like, oh, you got a car, come on out and race with us.
Yeah, and some of the clubs are really particular about the authenticity of your car, like how vintage it is. Well, if there were modifications, like my car had fender flares, well, they didn't have fender flares on the Roadster back then. But they were made with lead. I mean, this is the real thing. It's not something you bought off a shelf. So it's things like that some of the clubs will be pretty strict about.
Yeah, and the one, the SVRA is kind of the granddaddy of the vintage. They have a fuel cell requirement for a lot of cars, so my car would fall under that. And the stock location of that tank in the E30 is about as safe as you can be. and I don't want to lose that.
Yeah.
You know. So that's fine. You know, I don't have to race with them.
Yeah, that's true. There's so many clubs out there, so many options available, places you can go to race. So fit in one of those settings, you can just go to another club usually. And so that's an option. Well, Chip, thanks for coming up and talking to us. It was great having you. And it looks like Chris doing a great job here. He's up into 5th place already. And looks like he and the RVA 411 car are having a good time.
Yeah, I think we're just going to try to move up through the field together and pass some cars that we have to. So.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. Paulie,
thanks for your time.
Good chat.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, maybe I'll come back up later as the race progresses.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And
that'd be great.
Yeah, I think John's going in next.
Okay.
And then I'll probably be getting in around noonish, I'm thinking.
Maybe the same as yesterday?
Yeah, around the same. We'll have to see. I know I probably shouldn't say this out loud, you know, but you know, they'll probably have a code 35 around lunchtime. You know, that's my crystal ball. My magic 8 ball is telling me this.
Well, yesterday it wasn't the magic 8 ball. It was the racer logs. They're handing out lunch.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. Yeah. That kind of happens.
It kind of happens. Yeah. Not every race, but it happens at this one.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Thanks for coming up. Feel free to grab a water if you want on your way out. And
a gift, parting gift. Thank you.
There you go.
All right. Good chatting with you, Paulie.
Same. All right. So that was Chip with the Pinkies Out racing team. And they're doing pretty well, as we mentioned, up to 5th place here. So it's Parts Badger leading the race, No Foo Racing following them, and then it's Precision Lost Parts. So it's Parts Badger, No Foo Racing, Precision Lost Parts, Fuse 15, the Pinkies Out team, RVA Graphics and Wraps number 411, the Stug. Then it's the RCX Motorsport EC car, Porsche Boxster leading EC, Walsh Race Racing. They're in 8th place. Then it's M2R, the lead F-Class car. In 9th, RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 311. That rounds out the top 10. Good morning, Heather. Charles saying, yes, we drive in a sanctioned series, thus we are all now race car drivers, in quotes, when exiting the car for your first time. It's not as easy as it looks, but what a blast. Yeah, it's definitely not as easy as it looks. But if it was easy, everybody would do it, right? We got our pivot cam here back in the Parts Badger machine. I think it's just getting bumped. There's just not much room in those Miatas. I had it snug this morning again, but it's just one of those things. Little left foot brake tap there to make sure there was brake pressure going into that corner. Pretty cool. So yeah, the Cobalt team looks like they've had some problems with the car. They were supposed to lead the field this morning behind the pace car, and they couldn't get out of pit road. They were having some issues with the shifter. They'd been working on this car, had apparently the transmission out of it. They got that sorted out. They were back out. Then they came back in for a little while and did some more work on the car and got out. The Red Barn Racing Mini Cooper, that is behind the wall. They weren't able to get out of the paddock this morning to start the race, I believe, unless they got maybe a lap in. But immediately having problems. Looks like they're on the phone talking to somebody as they've got the old laptop plugged into her, and they're working on it. Right there's the owner. There's Patrick to the left as they're trying to get this car remotivated to get their team out there and get some track time. No Foo Racing boy, what a start of the race again for them today. They're in second place here in that Mazda Miata. There you can see the driver in the upper right-hand camera. And then in the left camera, you can see the rear view, which is a really cool shot. I love rear shots. I think that's one of the coolest shots, is to see the competition behind you. And here's the Ranger just up ahead looking for a way by. And great heads-up driving by that 2002 Ford Ranger team this weekend. They're doing a great job. That's the JSR Racing team and their 02 Ford Ranger. Talked to them earlier this morning. He said, for the most part, we were out on the racetrack. We had about a 20-minute break we had to take. We were working on something, but for the most part, we stayed on the racetrack, finished the race. And so they were pretty excited about their result yesterday, just being able to finish, which is a huge challenge for any team anyway. So yeah, that was huge. No Foo Racing taking the wide line, coming out onto the front straightaway. So good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Sunday. Looks like he's got a car to his right. Yeah, that's the leader. That's Parts Badger. Parts Badger did well yesterday, but today, wow, they are really in a great spot for this race. So yeah, I was talking about the broken 60 seconds car. It looks like they haven't started the race today, so I did see the car was all buttoned up, so I wasn't sure this morning if they were done working on it or what was going on. I got a feeling they might have just gone back to the hotel and got some rest and then decided to pack up today. But they may be working on it and be looking to get back out there today. And I was talking about Hal Needham, who directed this picture, Gone in 60 Seconds, which was eventually reborn in Nicolas Cage movie, Gone in 60 Seconds with Eleanor. And there we have a car that's off to the right. That looks like the Cobalt car. Looks like they've gotten back on the racetrack, but they were spun and stranded there on the side of the racetrack there for a moment. Hal Needham was an actor, he was a stuntman, a stunt coordinator, a film director, and he was he directed. He was involved in the Smoking the Bandit movies. He was involved and directed the Cannonball Run, which is that first Cannonball Run movie is one of my favorite movies out there. And of course, that's the movie with Dom DeLuise and Burt Reynolds. It's one of my favorite lines in movies. Is Dom DeLuise was just hilarious. I just loved Dom DeLuise. And he's sitting in the ambulance, and it was one of those moments where Hal Needham does like a cameo. He was the medic that was sitting in the back of the ambulance, and this was the moment when both Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise get the idea to use an ambulance for the Cannonball Run. And there's this is one of my favorite lines of the whole movie. Is Dom DeLuise is sitting there on the bench. He's got his finger wrapped, and JJ looks at him and says, "Are you all right? You okay, Victor?" And he says, "Yeah, it only hurts when I point." I just love that line. I use that all the time. Yeah, it only hurts when I point. In some ways, I kind of anytime I hurt my hand, I got to use that line. I love that line. It's hilarious. All right, so I'm done humoring myself. We're going to take a quick break and be back in just a few minutes We got a lot of racing on tap here. Still 6 hours of endurance road racing here at Virginia International Raceway. It's Parts Badger leading the way and also with the fastest lap time of the day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Sorry about the delay there, guys. I really need a restroom up here. Oh, it only hurts when I point. All right, so Parts Badger leading. Looks like they're leading over a lap now on no foo. See if I can get an idea on the gap. Let's see. Interesting, on the last lap, I catch my breath from running up the stairs. On the last lap, yeah, Nofu actually had a faster lap time than Parts Badger, and they just came across now, and it's flipped back the other way. So they're showing a lap down now. So it's over 1 lap is the gap from first to second place already. So unfortunately that camera mount came loose again. Andrew's saying every day is better than the last. Walked out of the house without a boot on yesterday for the first time for a trip to breakfast. Made it back home from our trip to Missouri. Leg scooter made the trip easy. Nice. Thanks, Timothy. Appreciate you. Yeah, thanks everybody for signing in and watching this morning. Great to see so many people logging in and checking out the race here at VIR. Parts Badger started back a few spots and quickly marched to the front, past RVA Graphics and Wraps, past Pinky's Out, to take over the lead of the race. It didn't take them very long at all. A very impressive march for them. They're coming through the turns 2 and 3 here. Yeah, we had Chip in the booth here. Got a chance to talk to him a little bit. That's always fun. And he's threatened to come back and talk to us a little bit later in the day. Planning to go into the car around noon. Checking that brake pedal again as he heads into the cut through turn 7. I got to be careful what I say. Up the hill he goes. And here's the Pinky machine getting onto the front straightaway here. So yeah, big difference in track position for the Pinky team. Looks like he's got a crack in the windshield working its way up to the top, doesn't it? A little bit of chassis flex, maybe. Have to ask him about that. See what he thinks. Headed into turn 6. Pinky's out. Through the snake here. This is the section once you get under the bridge where we would typically keep going straight and take the climbing S's on the full course. But we're just running the north course this weekend, so you take that hard right-hander and up the hill you go, which is a wild-looking turn. I would love to take that at speed and see what it's like. It's so steep. Yeah, Roy's camera, it's not Roy's, it's mine. It's one of our cameras, and I don't know. I was like, okay, today I'm going to really get it, tight. I think it's just, in the Miata, there's just not much room, and those guys are in there working, and elbows and helmets and everything, and it gets bumped. And I even spun the bracket around thinking I'll try to get it further back, away. And you got bumped. That's okay. Swinging through turn 1 here. Comes through 2 and 3. One thing I noticed today, these curbings, the way they're formed in there is people have dropped tires off on the outside, of the curbing, like down deep into the grass. It starts to dig out a rut, and then the edges of those curbings, those gaiters and everything, those are sharp, not, they're rolled off, but for a tire, a sidewall, they're relatively sharp, and so you got to be careful. I did hear somebody drop over one of those curbs yesterday. You could hear the bang as the tires left the curb and dropped into those, bit of a gully because every time somebody drops a tire off on the other side of the curb, what does it do? Well, it digs out, a rut. Not a place you want to be. And the Cobalt team, Carfab Cobalt team, back in the paddock here. Looks like they're working to get a driver in, maybe? Yeah, looks like they're getting a driver buckled in to send him back out. Here comes somebody from the other side helping out. So the standings right now, Parts Badger still extending their lead. They ran a 142 to Nofu's 146 on that last lap. Here's a look from inside the Nofu Racing Miata. So they are the lead A-Class car. And then Fuse 15 is now in the mix today in third place in their A-Class car. Precision Lost Parts Racing is also an A-Class car. They're in fourth. And then RVA Graphics and Wraps, number 411, is in fifth place right now. Pinky is behind them. So you've got a B-Class car leading the field, 3 A-Class cars, and then 3 C-Class cars. And it's a really interesting mix up front today. And it's interesting, too, that I've noticed throughout the year, this year, there's been 2 things that have been pretty consistent. One, we've had a really good luck with weather. Have you noticed that? We have not had too many races in the rain. We've had one good race after another event weekends when the weather was pretty good. Another thing I've noticed, it seems like we've had really good racing this year too. Especially on day 2. How exciting the way the cars are jockeying for position. We have cars that break down on the last few laps. They're maybe leading the race or in contention for a podium. And it's just been a really interesting year. It's been pretty exciting stuff. We had a great race at Mid-Ohio. We had just Road America. We just had a lot of really great racing. There's the Ford Ranger that's out here this weekend. And yesterday was really interesting too with RVA Graphics and Wraps. It looked like they had it, get this, wrapped up. And then they get meatballed for dragging exhaust, you know. And Pinky's Out was right there to capitalize on it. And they were having problems of their own with fuel consumption. And today it's going to be tires that are going to be a challenge for them. Yeah, I would agree, Timothy. More close racing right up to the end. Yeah, it's still surprising to me. You have two cars that running the same lap times, two very different cars running the same lap times. It still always amazes me because the equipment is so different. The weight of the cars are different. There's so much that's different. Always taking it behind the wall. The Cobalt car. Yeah, he's going to take it back into the paddock area. Looks like they're planning on doing some work on the car. They got him all buckled in there. And as he got to the pit out, decided, no, we're going to take it in. So they have a garage this weekend, so they'll probably run it back to the garage and take a look at it. Hopefully they can get back out there. This has been a tough weekend for them. It's really sad because they came all the way from Canada to come race with us. And darn it, the cars are just not cooperating. They brought two cars. Precision Lost Parts shown not turning laps right now. Let's see what's going on. They may have come into the pits. Yeah, I think that's the... Let's see, is that the 211 car? Yeah, they're in the pits right now. And they are going through what looks like a standard pit stop. Putting fuel in the car, changing drivers. So that's what's going on with Precision Lost Parts. It's a black Miata. No, maybe not. What is that car? Let me take a look. Yeah, it's a 99 Miata. It says a 99 Mazda. So it's not a Miata. It's, I don't know, what, MX-5, MX-3. I'm not that up on the different models, what the different models look like when it's not a Miata. I've got my broadcast glasses on. I don't have my regular glasses on, but I can see him on pit road here servicing the car. But it doesn't look like a Miata. So the BOT Speed Squad's also a team that's not turning laps now since the race started. So it's the Cobalt team and BOT that's not turning laps. Looks like they're working on those cars. But other than that, the Precision team, they're just doing a pit stop. Now they're pulling the dipstick out, checking oil. They've got fluids. Somebody's got like a water jug in his hand. It's hanging over the engine. Back on board with the leader here. Always checking the brakes there before he heads up the hill here at turn 7. So the Obtuse Racing team, it looks like they pulled off into the Patriot exit gate and continued back on track. Apparently they were stopped on the track for a moment and then they got going again. They have an electrical issue, it appears to be. That's the Obtuse Racing 84 BMW 318i. That must be the 4-cylinder that Ray was telling us about yesterday when he was up here in the booth talking to us. I did see some smack talking somewhere on social media about the cameras that we put in the cars. Bill's cameras are cursed. I will tell you this. I will say this once again for the record. Statistically, that is not true. That statistically, we have seen a lot more wins with our cameras in the cars than breakdown failures. So there is no camera curse. Would you guys stop with that? There's no camera curse. Most of the time when our cameras are in the car, they do great. It has nothing to do with the camera. I was talking. So here's the thing. I was talking to 90racing.com at one of the other events. Put a camera in their car on Saturday. The car broke. So Andrew's like, hey, what's going on? No, it wasn't Andrew. It was one of the other guys like, hey, it's got to be the camera. So, okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I will take the camera out of the car for Sunday. And that means that you guys should not break down and most likely win the race. Well, they broke down again. Had nothing to do with the camera. Stop it. It's not the camera. On board with Nofu Racing in their Miata. In second place right now. And Fuse 15 behind them. Yeah, the gap's about 17 seconds from Fuse up to Nofu Racing right now. And they both turned 145s on that last lap, so very close lap times. RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411, turned in a 143 with an 8-second gap now to Fuse. So they may be looking to move that BMW into third place. That's the 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps. Remember, both they and Pinky, who's behind them right now, about 11 seconds behind them, started a lap down today. So they're trying to get that lap back, and they're gradually working their way up through the field. Oh, Timothy says, no, there is a Bill curse. There really is. Yeah, I think Roy's got that Miata dialed in. But I talked to him today, and you can tell it's like a continual development process. I don't think Roy is the kind of guy that's ever going to be, okay, I'm satisfied with this and we're done. No. Strikes me as the kind of person that is always looking for something new and, let's experiment. Let's try this. Let's try that. What can we do with this? What can we do with that? Where's our weaknesses? Is there something we can do to improve those weaknesses and make them strong? Which I think is great. That's exciting to me. I love that. The adventure of growing and learning in the process of racing. It can be a lot of fun. It can kind of get you. It can be frustrating too. Really, you can end up putting yourself in more trouble than you wanted to. But that typical Champ Car builder. Right. Yeah, right. That's true. They talk about speed creep, but the truth is everybody's just refining. We all know we have issues we want to work through on the car. Most of us don't have the pocketbook to do much about it immediately. And as I was talking to one of the other team drivers yesterday, it was like, yeah, but even if you have the money, you still have to try something, race it, see how it goes. Okay, maybe that worked, maybe it didn't. And every time you do that, you still have to wait. After the next change, you have to wait till the next race to test it. And this is what takes so long. It takes a very long time to get through all that. So Illuminati Racing shown not turning laps right now in the number 904. And that's a 2002 MX-5. And Precision Lost has also come back into the pits in their Miata. I don't see anything new in the race logs. Looks like one of the turn-in markers was taken out earlier this morning, and they know who did it. It's in the racer log. Okay, we know the guy that took out the marker. That's funny. There's always room for improvement. I would tend to agree. There's also always room for the erosion of talent. I used to be good at this. Maybe not so much anymore. That's funny. RVA graphics and wraps going by. And the Pinky machine headed down the front straightaway here. There's the pickup truck. Got a passing flag being thrown there as Pinky's comes by. Really good. Seeing a lot of good heads-up racing today. Teams seeing the faster cars coming and letting them through. Headed back up the hill there. Between the steering wheel and the seat. Right. Now, you know what cracks me up, Heiler, is the whole weight saving thing. And then you see the guy and he's like got a burger in one hand and a milkshake in the other. It's like, all right, you're spending all this energy cutting 12 ounces out of your car. It's like, well, what if you dropped a couple pounds, you know? Oh, well, it's all part of the fun. It's okay. That's all right. Oh, and here's Parts Badger putting the Pinky BMW another lap down. Ouch. They've made it around the racetrack and past them. Wow. Parts Badger on a tear right now. They are killing it. They are making hay while the sun shines, as they say. But it's still very early in the race, isn't it? Still very early. And there's so much racing to be done yet today. So we've reached the bottom of the hour. We're going to take another quick commercial break. And we'll be back in just a few minutes, so be sure and stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Virginia International Raceway this weekend. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done. All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance with OE-matched friction formulations and fitment for 97% of cars on the road. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference. Only at AutoZone.
All right. right, welcome back everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at VIR here this weekend. Parts Badger leads RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 411. Fuse 15 is in third. Pinky is in fourth. So RVA now moving up to second place and in that podium position. But the gaps don't lie. They're still got some work to do. No Foo Racing has come into the pits, as well as the Walsh Brace Racing team and the Green Machine. And boy, Parts Badger is just leaving everybody behind. They've gapped the field by a couple of laps now. But the gap from Fuse 15 up to RVA Graphics and Wraps in second place, 1.3 seconds that last time through. Those two are right together. So we got another number of teams coming in and getting those pit stops done. Again, we're on a 7-hour race today, so as the Stug has pitted as well in number 46, so they don't have to go 2 hours on these stints in these cooler temperatures. Chip was saying, yeah, we're seeing many people are having trouble with getting gas mileage because of the low temperatures this weekend. Oh, here's Pinky catching Parts Badger and dusting him. I wonder if Parts Badger is out of fuel. He's going very slowly now, just as we were talking about how well they were performing. And he's coming into the pits. Yeah, he's wiggling the car. It looks like he's run out of fuel. It's like, let me go, let me go. He's just about ready to run out of fuel as he's leading the race. That was whisker close. I think they made it. Yep, they made it to their pit box. Wow, that was close. Talk about running it to the ragged edge. Leading the race, they barely made it into their pit box in time. Wow. That could have been disastrous for the team right there. The leader of the race in the pits now, getting fuel. They'll do a driver change, most likely. Keep an eye on them here. Let's see, that's the wrong camera. There we go, Parts Badger. Now the new driver's already hopped in. Maybe it's an announcer's curse. I wish I had that kind of power, believe me. I asked Bob Varsha about that. I said, what do you think about that? He said, if I had that kind of power, I'd bottle it and sell it. No, announcers don't have that curse either. But it's just, you know, everybody's got the problems, and you're following them, and then they have a problem. One moment they're doing great, and the next moment they're not. Can you imagine if you had the power to do that, though? That would be incredible. Looks like the hood going up on the Parts Badger machine as we go on board with the No Foo Racing. I might need to reset my browser on that one. We'll come back to them. There we go. They're whistling through the top part of the track here. This is This is up where Roller Coaster is, so you take now the journey downhill. 120-foot drop, I believe it is, down into Hog Pen. Whoa, RVA whistling by. No foo right there. No Foo has tumbled quite a bit too. They're down in 7th place now. Let me see if No Foo is pitted. Yes, they just came out of the pits. Doing a radio check there. And I'm just looking at the race control logs. We haven't had a caution since the start of the race. We've just been green the whole time. There was a report of parts falling off of the Parts Badger car at 10:37 when they were banging off the curbing. So that was noted. There was no action taken. It looks like they're getting ready to. Looks like they're torquing the wheel nuts. It's not something you see often on hot lug nuts, but that's what they're doing. And they're sending the driver on their way. All right. Jimmy came up here to get my lunch order straightened out. Check out everything while they can. Why'd you say that out loud? What did I say? I'm a commentator, you know how it goes. I comment. That's what I do. Pinky's out in the pits as well. Looks like the hood's going to come up on the E30. Still pivots from the front. Looks like they're going for the oil. Trying to get his wristband ready to go. So they got 3 drivers this weekend. Chip, John, and Chris. So Chris was in the car. Chip's expecting to be in later, so this would be John in the car, I suppose. I met him this morning. Why did I say no caution? I don't know, just no caution. Blend line violation pulled in front of the 411 car. That's the 316, so they are being black flagged. That's the Green Machine Racing Team in a 95 BMW M3. Pinky out, cleared to go. Holding that wristband up there like, there we go. They grab the clock, and they're good to go. So they must have been a little bit over on time. It didn't hesitate to let them go. So we are under green. I know it says slow on his on his Flagtronics. I'm not sure why. There's the green. I guess he was because he was in the pit lane. I guess that's how that works. But we are still under green here at Virginia International Raceway. Yeah, I say lots of stuff that Mike doesn't like me saying too, like rain. I'm not supposed to say the word rain. It's the R word. He doesn't like it. I have to. It's my job. So the Pinky Out team trying to make up for being down a lap. And wow, the performance of Parts Badger, who's now slipped into 5th place from that pit stop. Fuse 15 has come into the pits now. They're not turning laps. So we expect to see the 411 come into the pits too at some point. I haven't seen them yet come in. But the sun is shining out here. It's beautiful. A partly sunny forecast has come to pass. Look at that. The 411 coming down the front straightaway at full song to start another lap here at Virginia International Raceway. Welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at VIR, the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic. Following the 411 around the racetrack of RVA Graphics and Wraps, currently leading the race, expecting them to pit before too long. There's Parts Badger moving by Fuse 15, who's getting that pit stop done. Looks like giving a point by to the Porsche Boxster. That's, I believe that's an EC car. That's the RCX team, motorsport team, shown in 11th place right now. Down into turn 1 we go. Yesterday's winner of the race. On this 2.5 mile road course. Tower Racing team had that crash yesterday. Car busted up pretty bad. They're not going to be joining us today, I don't believe. It looked pretty rough this morning. The Red Barn Mini Cooper still back here in the paddock over my left shoulder. They've got the hood up, the doors open, and they're working on that machine. Here's a look inside the Mini Cooper right now. Here it shows the doors are shut. It looks like it's open. I guess there's something draped over the door on this side, so it looks like it's open, but it's not. The M2R Mazda Miata also shown not turning laps, likely having doing a pit stop now. And M2R shown in 7th place is the lead F-Class car. So A-Class is being led by Fuse 15, B-Class by Parts Badger, C-Class by RVA Graphics and Wraps, D-Class, we don't have a D-Class competitor today. F-Class, we've got M2R, and EC is being led by RCX in their number 11 Porsche Boxster, excuse me, number 70 Porsche Boxster. They're in 11th position. The Cobalt car, the Canadian team, they are back in the garage. They've got the car up in the air, and they are underneath the hood. There is a driver in the car, though. So they're looking at that car. Back on board with the Parts Badger team. Close call coming into the pits. They were dry. Made it back to the pit box. So it was very close, but you could see they were dramatically underpowered coming through Hogpen and somehow made it up the hill to their pit box, because that is an uphill drag all the way up through pit in. Back on board with Nofu Racing. Nofu right now in 5th place. Looks like Fuse has crossed over the pit loop, so they're headed back out. Yep, they just completed a lap as well. So they are holding 3rd spot right now. Pinky behind them. Shown back about a lap. We'll see when they cross the tape exactly where they are. But the 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps, still waiting to see them come in and get that pit stop. Coming up on 2 hours here since the start of the race. No, it's almost 11 o'clock. No, yeah, we started at 9. Yep. They can still hang with it for another 5-6 minutes here, and then they'll be forced to pit. Probably holding out for a caution. We haven't had a caution yet this morning. And we did a race here, I think it was on the South Course. I think it was last year. We did a race here at VIR with no cautions. There were no full course cautions the entire race. Sorry about that camera locking up on me. There we go. Let me make a change on that real quick. There we go. Coming through the NASCAR 3 and then the 4 through 5 and now through 6, the snake as they call it. So got the easy ups over here to the left on pit road. They've got their wind wall zipped in for another chilly day here in Virginia. Looking at the weather forecast here. I don't know why I'm set on Milton, North Carolina. That's not where we are. So it's 38 degrees out there right now. Feels like 42. How can it be 38 but feel like 42? Isn't it usually the other way around? It's colder than what it really is. Either way, it's a bit brisk out there. Not as windy as yesterday. The wind is pretty calm. But mostly sunny is the forecast today. Looks like a high of about 51 at 2 p.m. 0% chance of precipitation. Stug there to the left as Pinky brakes for turn 7, heads up the steep climb. Little wave, thank you, sir. So the standings here so far this morning with 65 laps turned, and RVA Graphics and Wraps, the leader, has pitted. They are getting serviced. It's RVA Graphics and Wraps in the number 411 lead. This pit stop will allow Parts Badger to reclaim the lead. So it will be Parts Badger, RVA Graphics and Wraps. The Pinky Out team is now in third spot. And they've already made their pit stop. So this is the possibility that they will overtake RVA. They've just crossed the start-finish line. Behind them, it's Fuse 15, No Foo Racing, The Stug, RVA Graphics and Wraps, Precision Lost Parts, Walsh Brace Racing, M2R, RCX Motorsport, Orange Crush Racing, The Green Machine, JSR Racing, Illuminati Racing, No Mo Money Racing, Obtuse Racing, BOT Speed Squad, Car Fab, Not So Bright. Those are the teams that started the race. I guess Not So Bright doesn't show. Yeah, they did start it. They did do a lap, at least one lap. There's a camera that's walking on me. Okay. Is it this one? Okay, we'll turn it down. We'll make sure these are turned down a little bit. Oh, hey Bernie. Weekend's been jacked up, huh? Well, welcome. There, Parts Badger does reclaim the lead 66 laps into the race. Yeah, you missed a pretty exciting moment. We have Parts Badger that took the lead early and has been walking away from the field and ran out of fuel, managed to get from Hogpen when they were just barely coasting. They managed to get all the way up the hill into their pit box. And there was a moment there, of course, they have to stop to pick up their clock. Of course, nobody wants to do that when they're out of fuel, but managed to keep the car going and make it to the pit box to get serviced. It was a close call, and they were up by about 2 laps on the field. So they've gone back out, new driver, fresh fuel, fresh load of fuel, and they have just reclaimed the lead of the race here this weekend. Had some mechanical issues. They still finished they were still in impound yesterday. They did really well, but they had to replace a hub, a broken wing. One of the struts broke on the wing, rear wing, and when that strut broke, it overstressed the weld, so then they had to fix that. They added a strut after fixing everything, and then, yeah, there were some other things they had to work on too. So Parts Badger really in good form here today. There's RVA Graphics and Wraps leaving pit lane. Still shown ahead of Pinky right now as they're at pit out. Here's the position of Pinky's out, and they're coming down the front straightaway. Will they be able to pass RVA in the pits? And it looks like they probably will. RVA being held probably as their clock is still running down. And there they are. There they are. They just go by as they go down into turn one. So there it is. Pinky's out. Now moves into second place. Just in front of us here as RVA had come in for that pit stop. Well, Roy's going to be joining us in the booth here in a little bit, so we'll get a chance to talk to him. In fact, I think he's walking down here right now. He's walking my way, so we'll get a chance to talk to him, and it should be great to hear from him. I imagine he's a little frazzled from that pit stop, because running out of fuel like that as you're leading the race must have been pretty hair-raising. So we'll talk about deep breathing exercises and when he gets up here, help him relax a little bit. It's gonna be okay. There is the leader of the race coming through. Through the snake he goes. And then coming down to turn 7 under the bridge. So pivotal moment for the Pinky team as they get by the 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps. And really, this morning, they've spent quite a bit of time battling back and forth with that team. But the front runners now, they've all gotten their pit stops in, so that is done. The Stug, No Foo, RVA Graphics and Wraps 311, Precision Lost Parts. They came in a couple times, as I mentioned earlier. Walsh Brace Racing, they've pitted. And as we mentioned earlier, the M2R team, they pitted as well. So with that, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in a few minutes. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at VIR this weekend. And today, joining me in the booth is Roy with, what's your last name, Roy?
Deech.
Deech with Parts Badger Racing. And so, there we go. Yeah, so he's with Parts Badger Racing, and wow, what an amazing, you guys had a dramatic day yesterday. Finished real well. Where'd you finish overall?
We finished fourth.
You finished fourth overall. Yep. You had a great showing, but you had some dramas yesterday. Talk about yesterday. What happened yesterday?
Yeah. So the goal this weekend, really, we're trying to get some new drivers up and going. Some people that work for Parts Badger, and Marvin, actually, our director of operations, is running with me this weekend. And our goal coming in, we just wanted to get an 8th place. If we got an 8th place all weekend, we'd call that a win.
Okay.
And then, it's a new driver, right? I mean, it takes a lot to get up to speed in the series, and, you're very fortunate just to finish sometimes. So that was the goal coming in. So yesterday, we had some pace right out of the gate. We were okay, but, it wasn't all the way there. It was my first time running this course configuration. I was a few seconds off the pace. And then as the day progressed, it was pretty clear that, all right, we're at least going to be in the top 5.
Yeah.
And Marvin put in a really good stint. And he raced with the guys at Road America at the last race with another new guy and then a rookie, got a few races under his belt. And so they campaigned the car on their own. So yesterday, Marvin had a great stint. We had Jeff Stevens in the car from 45th Parallel. Now that we knew that we were going to finish up there, we wanted to get Jeff in the car so we could qualify him as a driver for the national championship. So we had him do a stint.
Nice.
And then, I finished out, and we got lucky. We got a 4th place. We were chasing 3rd down, but I think those late yellows didn't give us enough time to catch up. But really, really happy with the result.
That was really cool. And then when I was talking to you this morning, it's like, well, we had to fix this and we had to fix that. And talk to us about that, because isn't it? I thought guys that ran up at the front never had any problems with their car.
Oh yeah, right. It's tough on Miata, because if you're competitive, you have a lot of mods. You're either pushing the stock Mazda motor, well past its limits, or you have, like in our case, we have an Ecotec swap, and it's more of a budget swap, but that really shows up in some of the reliability. And Ecotec Miata recently changed hands, and they're redesigning some of the parts to make them more reliable. But a notorious one is motor mount. So we had a motor mount fail yesterday. We were able to stay on the track and keep going, but That really hurt us, so we replaced that last night. I think you mentioned before about the wing as well, so we had some welds break on our wing, so had to reinforce that, and then a rear hub as well. So
rear hub.
Yep.
So crazy amount, and that's the thing, I think you always think the other guys aren't having any problems. It's just you. And you don't realize, no, everybody's having problems and challenges, and you're maybe only a few laps away from breaking down on the racetrack, and fortunately the checkered flag comes out. That's crazy. So how's it going so far today? I mean, some drama there with that coming in at the end of your stint.
Yeah, so we need to make an hour and 43 minutes on fuel in order to not have an extra pit stop. Unfortunately, I didn't make it that far. I definitely burned up a lot of fuel. There's no purple 35s. And so Marvin's on a fuel save strategy. Almost ran out of fuel, kind of on the backstretch. I think it's turn 6. That's when I had a bobble, and luckily we were able to get the car around and limp it.
You were all the way in 6.
Yeah. So once I got to the top of the hill, I'm like, okay, I'll be able to roll in. But I was questioning the timer. If I have to stop for the timer, just to push the car, it's going to take 3-4 minutes. That's going to really hurt. But it looks like we're still in the lead. I think Marvin's putting in some good clean laps. I mean, hopefully we got a shot at the podium. The RVA graphics guys are flying. Pinky's always does really well. Looks like they have a good driver, but maybe not one of their top drivers in the car right now. So hopefully we can maintain this position.
Well, and we had Chip up here talking earlier. You said, no, we all run pretty much the same lap times. And we saw you pass them. It's like, oh my gosh, they put him down another lap. It just seemed like you guys are just crushing it right now. And it's obviously not. It's just the beginning of the race. It's not true. You're just doing the best you can. And right there, you guys are sandwiched. You're the meat in the sandwich between RVA graphics and wraps.
Yep, they got us wrapped.
And so the competition is tight right now, and but you're still up a lap on the field. So somehow now that pit stop, you basically ran out of fuel and hobbled into the pit lane. Mm-hmm. How much time did that cost you?
I think it cost us maybe a minute 20.
Yeah,
somewhere in there.
Between losing drive, and then trying to get in. So when you guys reached pit out, was he good to go? Was he behind?
No, we were actually good on the timer.
You were good on the pit stop.
It was just the in lap.
It was the in lap.
Yeah. It took it was probably closer to a minute than a minute 20. But yeah, it was just the in lap, and then the guys did a great job. We ended up having we've been really hard on our front left, so we replaced our front left, and then another part of the Ecotech swap is it has a really bad oiling system, so we overfill the oil, so we threw another 1.5 quart of oil in just to keep the pressures up. So it's kind of a time bomb from the motor perspective, whether or not it's going to make it, but as soon as this one goes, we do have another oil pan design with a rear sump that we think is going to be much better. So we're going to put that together, and then we also offer that to the market. So, we have a machine shop.
Talk to us about that. Keep going.
Yeah, so Parts Badger is a machine shop, and, we can make our own parts. But, if people have followed our team, when we first started, I'm all about sharing information, and making things available. I think if we as a Miata community can share that with others to help them along, it benefits everybody. So, that kind of extends into this way. So the parts that we make, we're actually putting those together and selling them, making them available to other teams as well, like the oil pan. And actually, we have some brake kits in development right now. So in the rear of that car, we have an 11.75-inch vented rotor in the rear.
It's cool.
We're running a massive caliper. But we were having brake issues yesterday, so we did a lot of bias adjustments, and then the car is just so much better today.
Nice.
Really happy with where that landed.
So there's brake bias issues too. So wow. And
yeah.
It just seems like you're way ahead of everything. Everything seems to be clicking. You pretty happy with the car this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. And it has a long way to go. We have the car raised up right now. Just with newer drivers, we expect to have offs. And if the car's low, it's going to take out things under the car. So the setup is compromised. We're also running a lot of toe in the rear, which provides a lot of stability.
Okay.
But that's also why our front left tire is taking a lot of punishment, because the car doesn't like to rotate as easily, especially on, through turn in and then through exit. That tire really takes a lot of punishment in the front. So I think as the drivers develop, we're going to lower the car, go back to the suspension setup that we had on the previous Parts Badger car, and
Yeah.
I think the platform has a lot of time in it, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah?
Yep.
That's really cool. And so you guys are offering parts. This brake kit that you're playing with right now, that's something also that's available, right?
It will be. Yeah. So this is the final event that we did testing at Road America, and then this testing as well. And, pending the results, make that available to other teams as well. And fairly reasonably priced, right? I mean, we're not really looking to make a buck off of this.
Right.
It's really just making those parts available to the community.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to do, and I'm glad that you're doing that. I've talked about your YouTube channel. I know that making YouTube videos is hard. It takes a lot of time. It's a big commitment, and you sometimes feel like, what am I doing? But you got some great videos out there. If you guys haven't seen Roy's videos yet, you got to go out there and check them out, especially even if you're not a Miata driver. But if you have a Miata, you definitely want to check out his content. Just like he said a moment ago, he has really shown that he's committed to helping people out, especially with the Miatas, and explaining, hey, here's the different things that I've done. Like, you did a great video on tires, for instance, that I really enjoyed. I have nothing to do with racing Miatas anymore, but I really liked the content that you were providing there. So tell us about your channel. It's Rugged Racing?
Rugged Badger.
Rugged Badger
Racing.
Racing.
Yeah. So, we started racing, and we have two companies. One is Parts Badger, the machine shop, and then we have Rugged Video, where we make video systems. So we kind of combine them, and then that becomes the race team. So Rugged Badger Racing. And, we started putting the videos together, and, every single team on the grid's willing to share information and help out, but putting that, on a website or a blog and consolidating that information or doing it in a YouTube channel, I mean, that's all I'm doing, right? I'm really taking, the valuable information people have shared with me, in our team, and taking everything the community learns and just trying to get that out to the public in something that's digestible, and starting to get feedback on, like, tires, for instance. Tires are a huge amount of money, depending on what you want to run. And, an example, we're running the RT660s this weekend, and sometimes they run great, and a lot of people like them, like in the BMWs. But historically, on a previous team I was with, the 660 struggled, thought it was, a select batch, and then now we're running the 660s again, and, sharing data on how these things are performing. And, I won't get into the details of that, but sharing how those are performing with the community, it helps them, save money. Like, hey, how long is this tire going to last? What's the performance? What pressures should I start out with? So, again, it's, some of it's information that we learn just through our own testing, but a lot is, when I rent with other teams or other teams share with me, hey, this is the right combo. How do we get that in a digestible format and get it out there so people can save money and race more?
I like all of that. That's great, and it makes it possible for other people to go racing that maybe don't have the time or the resources to put that much energy into the development part. You're not just opening up a YouTube channel and saying, hey, we did some testing and here's the best tire for this. You're showing, like on the wing, for instance, when you did the video on the rear wing, you showed a lot of the process that you went through. And that kind of helps teach people who don't have the experience of working on cars the logical procession of process of elimination and how you're stepping through, hey, I did this and then I did this and here was the results that we found when we did that. Man, that just really speed ramps people into the process of learning how to work on a race car and develop it. So I just think it's really a positive thing that your investment that you're making in the racing community. Really appreciate you doing it. I think it's exciting.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Said something else that was really cool about aviation audio.
Yeah, we do video recorders in helicopters.
In helicopters.
Yeah. So we actually started with cameras in race cars. So that's where I kind of cut my teeth doing cameras in race cars early on. And actually, to age myself a little bit, it started with camcorders. So we actually had remote cameras, and then you could put the remote cameras and it actually record to your camcorder.
Okay.
So that's kind of when I started in the industry. And then eventually, as my career progressed, I kind of got into aviation and some other things, and then started my own company. And then we make systems really specifically to helicopters. We have somebody that runs that company now, and he's a real engineer. I kind of pretend to be an engineer sometimes, but he's a real engineer, and he's really taken that to the next level. And now we work with a lot of the helicopter manufacturers directly, and they're actually installing the camera systems in the helicopters on the assembly line. And they do it for training and for incident safety. There's certain parameters, certain things that could happen in a helicopter, and you want to have a record of it, and you can see, okay, what exactly happened here? Did the pilot, do X, Y, Z?
I got it. So this is monitoring pilot in cockpit type of thing, kind of like what we're doing here. You can see what the driver's doing. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. But in a helicopter, granted there are expensive race cars, but the cheapest helicopter is like $400,000 or $500,000, right? And then they're in the millions. And there's certain things. I mean, it's just important to look at, to know mechanically, okay, is everything okay, or if something were to occur, So that's a fun market to be in. It's a fun industry. But we did have on our other car, we actually had one of the remote monitoring systems installed in the race car, and it's kind of funny because the price points of these things are pretty insane. So it's like a $4,000 monitor in our little race car. So. But we didn't carry that over to the new one, but it's funny.
Wow, that's really cool. Well, thanks for coming up and talking to us. And good luck today. Things are looking great so far for the team. And hopefully, the repairs you made yesterday, that's going to be all you'll have to do as far as work on the car. You guys can just get in and drive and have fun today. Yeah, hopefully, that's what you want to do. That's the name of the game. But, it's fun seeing all the other teams out here as well. And a lot of new teams out here as well. So one of the teams, I don't know if you talked about them yet yesterday or today. It's the 318 BMW, and I think it's a turbo. Yeah, this is the. Is it? I was going to say Illuminati, but that's not it. Let's see if I can pull that up. The 318. It was. Ray came up. Here he is, Obtuse. Yeah. Ray came up and talked about it and said, it's a 4-cylinder and it's turbocharged, and they're trying to work that out, which is a challenge. And they drove it here. They didn't even have a trailer, Nice. And it's really cold out. And they're sleeping in tents. Oh, really? Out there in the parking lot. Yeah, so I went over this morning and I'm talking to them, and I'm like, hey, guys, and they're doing it up. I mean, this is Champ Car. Yeah. I mean, this is... If you want, there's IMSA guys here, right? There's IMSA guys racing these cars, and teams like RVA Graphics, they're a high-end team, and you end up with like Pinky's out. I mean, obviously, I believe that they cut their teeth in Champ Car, and they've been sticking in Champ Car, but I mean, that's a heck of a team, what they're doing. And, it's great that, these guys that don't just want to get racing experience, right? You can just drive your car here and get racing experience out here. So I absolutely love it. I mean, it's so fun to be here with all these teams and really see what a gateway this can create, and see the level of competition, and especially with like iRacing series that you guys run. Like, I mean, there's so many people doing iRacing, and you can get experience there. That's what we've been doing with our drivers to get them up to speed. Yes, it's great we're doing on track, but it's great to be at an event. And you said one of the drivers is a newer driver that you're sort of combing and grooming. Yeah, we actually have three. Three on the Parts Badger team, yep. So we have Marvin's with me today. So this is his second race racing with us. And been working a lot with the group on iRacing, taking them to track days, just to get used to it. And with the street cars that have the stability control and ABS and, all the safety things, right? Because you hop in the race car, especially the Parts Badger car, it is hard to drive. It is not an easy car to drive. So, we can start out with these lap days, start out in sim racing, and then they can, hopefully hop into the car and, not bin it up, right? Because you don't want to end up in that situation. But, right. Yeah, it's been great seeing these guys progress. Are these the same guys that were at Road America? Yep. Okay. I met them. Yeah, and they just ran the show. It was those three guys. I wasn't at that race, and they championed the car, and I think we had one little incident, tapped a wall just after a spin, but the
understanding now where the brakes were at, I think it's very impressive that, they didn't bend the car up, because we definitely needed some adjustments there that we made last night. But they ran at Road America, and they finished the second day, almost finished the first day.
Yeah, I think you did a video on the splitter, and on Road America they are replacing the splitter. One of the guys is down there with a grinder, fashioning up the splitter out of plywood, and I think there was some joke. I don't know. We were talking about something that was funny, but anyway, yeah. And I came and said, "Can I put a camera in your car?" And they all look at me with big eyes, like, okay, so Roy isn't here, and we're just doing this, It's like, okay, well, that's cool, So they were open to it, and so yeah, it was great. So you were in Texas watching the F1 race?
Watching the F1 race,
What was that like?
It was awesome. When I was really hoping when the schedule came out that COTA would be on the schedule for ChampCar, and I know it's a really, really expensive one.
It is,
and I know the economics probably don't make sense, but man, that would be great to have that opportunity to race down there.
Yeah, we've done it. We've done it at least twice. It's charity. I'm not involved in that at all. So, and I really don't want to be.
Yeah,
I got my hands full with this thing. So.
Yeah, I mean there's still tons of great tracks.
Yeah.
It's we already have the schedule booked. I think for next year we're looking at 7 or 8 races all around the country, and
wow.
We're really excited about next season.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. Make sure you guys check out his YouTube channel, and we're going to be following you here as the years go forward, and appreciate you coming up and spending some time talking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to finally meet you, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, appreciate the time.
Okay. All right, thanks, and good luck today. All right, so that was Roy with the Parts Badger team, graciously giving us some of his time, and talking to us about his team and all the things he's got going on right now. It's pretty cool. So yeah, so far we've got Parts Badger leading the race over RVA Graphics and Wraps by about a lap, and then it's the Pinky Outs team in third, Fuse 15 in fourth, and No Foo Racing is in fifth place. Things looking pretty solid out here, folks. No full course cautions so far today. Throughout the first stint, it's been nothing but green flag racing here in Champ Car. You're watching the Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
No. Seriously?
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
You for real?
Dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Back here with the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic. That's an 8+7 this weekend, so 7 hours of racing today. 4 hours and 24 minutes roughly remain in the race. Parts Badger still leading the way. Just turned a 146 on that last lap. leading B class and the overall lead of the race. Fascinating story, and really impressive that these are really new drivers and they're just getting acclimated. He's teaching these guys how to drive on iRacing, which we have an iRacing league. He brought that up. It's true. You can become a part of that. They often race at the tracks we're getting ready to race at. So it's pretty cool. That was a great conversation. I'm so glad he came up and talked to us. RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411 in second place, back 31 seconds now from Parts Badger. They turned to 141 to Parts Badger's 146, so took a big chunk off of that Parts Badger lead there. And RVA does hold that fastest lap time of the day with that 139.4. Wow, they are really getting those lap times down just as they were yesterday. Again, RVA pitted on lap 66. So they're going to be out there for a while. Everybody's hoping for that caution, but so far we just haven't seen it. So Parts Badger comes by with a 149 on that last lap. We'll see what RVA can crank out this time by. Things pretty quiet on race logs as well. It's a 24-second deficit now as a 142 from the RVA Graphics and Wraps camp as they're continuing to chase down the Miata. You're really sending it. So RVA Graphics and Wraps looking to chasing down Parts Badger. They've made up their lap deficit due to points, and now they're looking to potentially take over the lead of the race for the first time today. They were in good shape yesterday for a win, and then it was an exhaust failure. It started sparking, apparently it dropped, and they had to come in and get that taken care of. And that kind of took the win away from them, and Pinky's Out was right there to snatch the win. Well, today they've gotten by Pinky's Out, and now they're in the process of chasing down Parts Badger, looking to overtake for the lead of the race. There's RVA heading down into the corner, number 411. There's Parts Badger coming through. There's RVA trying to chase them down. Go back on board with Parts Badger. 17 seconds the gap that last time through. And yeah, we'll see what we got. I got somebody coming up into the booth here. And it looks like it's going to be the Red Baron team with their camera. It's bad news for the Red Barn team. That was Patrick coming up to give me his camera. Yeah, he said, I said, what's going on? And he said, we don't know. Flatly, we just don't know. We bolted the driver in this morning, went to start the car, wouldn't start. Thought maybe it was the immobilizer, maybe something wrong with the supercharger, we don't know. Just nothing's working. They've just thrown the towel in. It's too bad. So they tried to, okay, then we'll try to test and fix this and figure out what's going on. We've got time, we've got track time, and they've run out of answers, run out of things to work on here at the track, so they're tapping out. That's the Red Barn Racing team in their 04 Mini Cooper, falling victim to the, to Lady Luck, really. There you can see RVA hunting down the Miata of Parts Badger. And they're catching pinkies out with RVA right on their tail. So the three heavy hitters of the field right now all together. Headed down into Hog Pen here. And here they come. And Parts Badger, of course, has been overtaken. So that's RVA Graphics and Wraps taking the lead of the race for the first time today. Pinky's out also being passed by the faster RVA car. They are really on song today. And it just looks like nobody's got anything for RVA Graphics and Wraps. They're so quick right now. They're just scorching it. Yeah, Roy does a great job. I've got an automotive repair YouTube channel that I ran for a while and did pretty good. I was making some money off it. It is exhausting. It's just exhausting doing that. Shooting video, it's like every time you go to do something, you feel like you got to take video, shoot video, which quadruples the amount of time it takes to do something, because you got to document it. You're doing it all on video, then you got to go back and edit it, and it takes a lot of time to do all the editing and then publish it, and then you get like, okay, maybe I'll just do a live thing so I don't have to edit anything. It takes a lot, and so it's great that he's published the things that he has. But RVA just running away right now. I think that's John in the car right now in the Pinky's Out BMW. Down into Hogpen we go, heading down roller coaster. There's the leader of the race, RVA Graphics and Wraps, the number 411, the 1988 BMW. And we are going full course caution. Full course caution has been displayed at 11:48:05 a.m. And checking the track cams, I don't see anything right off the bat. Code 35 is the call. Looking to see what we can find here. Nothing super clear pops out. We'll wait from word from race control to see what the story is. See, oh, this might be lunch. Yep, this is lunch being handed out. So we may see Pinky's Out come into the pits and do that driver change to put Chip in the car. It was a little earlier than what we expected. So this caution is not due to an incident on the racetrack. It looks like this is lunch delivery. We'll see what Pinky's Out decides to do with this. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and take a commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, so Pinky's Out has elected to stay out. Still under caution here as they're working through the lunch deliveries. Still under 35 right now. So we're just waiting for them to get that wrapped up. Get it wrapped up. RVA Graphics and Wraps. Yeah, you get it. So, and then we should get back to racing here. So apparently Pinky's Out has decided too soon. They're not going to make that pit stop. Looks like John stays in the car. We could use just a few more degrees of temperature in here to warm things up just a bit. So the clouds are moving in. The sun is going behind the clouds, but they're thin clouds. There's still some spots of blue sky up above. And I got some good news. Hopefully, we're supposed to have the owner of the Sentinel system joining us here in the booth. We're going to get an opportunity to talk to him today too, which would be great. We're back to caution, so that means we're just about ready to go back to green. And there you can see the yellow on the Pinky Flagtronics 2. And we're back to green flag racing, and the Cobalt guys and their Chevy Cobalt drop the hammer as they have gotten that car back on the racetrack after an extended stay behind the wall. Just some problems today with the car, but they it seems like they've got it taken care of. And No Foo Racing here, running that Sentinel system. Try and reset that browser real quick. Man, this is a great shot coming up the hill here. Yeah, that was worth it. So 4 o'clock, so 4 hours remain here in the race. Seven hours of racing today. Thanks for joining us, everybody, on the show. Appreciate having you all along. I'm watching Pinky's Out has got RVA Graphics and Wraps right on their tail. In fact, they just gave him the point by. And yep, he's going to let him go. And here they come whistling by. That's the 311 car. And 311's down a couple laps from the leader. I don't know what that's going to do. That was, it looks like Fuse 15 has taken over the lead of the race. Pinky's Out is in second, Parts Badger third. The 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps is 4th, and No Foo Racing is 5th. And as we went to that caution, looks like RVA decided to go ahead and pit under that condition. So that's caused them to head back in the standings. Parts Badger also pitted under the caution. And they even took the time to fix the camera for us. God bless them. How about that? So it doesn't look like Pinky pitted. It doesn't look like they did. And Fuse didn't pit either. So this will be interesting to see how the strategy plays out here then as a result. Thanks, Timothy, for that. Smash the like button. And still nice cluster of cars. Got BMWs heading down into turn 1 here. It's RVA Graphics and Wraps and the Pinkies Out team. They're working way up through NASCAR 3. Oh, that was cool. Cool shot of the RVA Graphics and Wraps machine hopping through the curb there. So the RVA Graphics and Wraps car shown 1.48 seconds behind Parts Badger on that last lap. That's the 411 car. You can see that the black stuff you see in the floor well, in the footwell there on the passenger side, is pieces of rubber that's accumulating inside the car from the racetrack. The tires pick up the rubber and it gets kicked into the wheel well, and it can make its way up into the footwell inside the car. We take so much out of the cars for weight that they don't seal up real well. And so this is actually pretty common. I used to have that all the time in my car too. And Parts Badger really hauling the mail here. It's going to be interesting to see. I want to see. There were 2.1 seconds behind on the last lap was RVA Graphics and Wraps to the Parts Badger car. So did they get by and I just didn't see it? I'll have to wait and see as they come around here. No Foo Racing in 5th place right now. No Foo looks like they did not pit during that caution. And it's been a while since they were in the pits. They pitted on lap 53, and it's we're working lap 90. We're working lap 100 now, as the leader comes across the start-finish line. Parts Badger moves into 2nd place. Pinky in 3rd now. RVA Graphics and Wraps passes Pinky on that lap. And now 8.4 seconds, the gap from Parts Badger to RVA Graphics and Wraps. And Parts Badger is only 6 seconds away from Fuse 15. Of course, Fuse hasn't pitted yet, so we can see that for the time being, Parts Badger has the lead of the race effectively. The Carfab Cobalt guys have been busy this weekend fabricating and getting those cars back onto the racetrack. And once again, they've done it. They put that car on the racetrack despite the problems that they've had. They got some labels on the dash there, probably for switches or just some other information they want the driver to see. I like how they're using the yellow labels for high contrast. It looks like the number 311 of RVA Graphics and Wraps comes whisking by on the inside there. And Pinky's out, shown not turning laps. They may be in the pits. Let's take a look. Oh, looks like tires are getting ready. They're putting tires away. Chris is there, so maybe they've done a tire change and have headed back out, and I just missed them already. I doubt it. Oh, no, they're behind the wall. Oh, no. Pinky's out has brought the car behind the wall. This is their paddock. Oh, what has happened to the BMW? Oh, huge development for the yesterday's winner of the race. The car's still running. Said something about the left front. This is quite... It must be pretty serious if they're bringing it behind the wall. You know, if it's something like a tire change or something like that, usually it would be handled in the pits. You know, not a lot of urgency. It's just like, well... Okay, here we go. We got to work on the car now. So the hood goes up and Pinky's out. Looks to be out of contention now. They are, yep, they're jacking up the left front of that BMW to see if they can figure out what's going on. And it's Chris Huggins there, and I believe that's Chip there. Looking down in the engine bay. Probably trying to see the steering rack and suspension. Meanwhile, Parts Badger now leads the race. They've passed Fuse 15 and put them behind. So once again, Parts Badger in the Miata with the Ecotech swap leads the race and leads B-Class, of course. A-Class being led by Fuse 15. C-Class is being led by RVA Graphics and Wraps. F-Class is being led by M2R. And RCX Motorsport is leading EC. And not far behind, you know, is the other F-Class car, JSR Racing, in their 2002 Ford Ranger. They are not far behind from the leader of F-Class. So it looks like they're going to have to jack up the other side of the car. So big dramas now for the Pinkies team. So Pinky's out, yeah, tumbling through the standings, shown in 7th place now, and they're going to continue to fall as that car is now in the paddock, and they are working on that BMW. So if you think teams that win races don't have problems, think again. It happens to everybody, even the very best. Look from our perch on the balcony area here in the tower over at the start-finish line and the flag tower. So we're on board with Nofu Racing. I don't show that they've made a pit stop yet. Let's see. They tripped the pit loop again back on lap 53, and they still doesn't show that they've come in just yet. Parts Badger just set their fastest lap time of the day with a 140.029. That is a really great lap time. Oh, it's the tower camera? Okay. I see what you're talking about. There we go. I got it. Thanks for helping me out on that, Timothy. I didn't get the... That's one of my personal cameras, and I neglected to get the audio set properly on that before I left. There we go. It's great to hear the cars come by, but you probably don't want to hear them blasting. I could see it was in the red. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great view. It's cool too that that's where the Pinkies Out team happens to be pitting, and so's the RVA Graphics and Wraps. So it's pretty convenient. We're picking up all that information there. Headed up that steep hill, turn 7. That's so cool. These guys are having all the fun. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into setting up a show like this, and each of the cameras when I set them up, they have to be set up for monitoring so that I can hear it. And when you first set up the source, that's not turned on. So I got to go in and do all that. And if I fail to do that, then it'll be blasting over the show and I won't hear any of it. So that's why that happens. So thanks for letting me know. Braking for turn 1 here. And you just get an idea of how big this is, how much room there is out there. Gigantic amount of room down in turn 1. And throughout this part of the track, there's a lot of room here. It's when you get into the twisties here that things start getting narrow. Yeah, through here, it feels like a regular racetrack. Now back into the snake, through turn 6, upshifting there, no foo racing, go under the bridge, and of course the climbing S is just ahead, but we're going to take a hard right, and back up the hill we go, and start another lap. Well, we're continuing on another lap. Walsh Brace Racing also shown not turning laps with the Pinkies Out team. Obtuse Racing not turning laps, and Not So Bright shown not turning laps, but they just left the pits, I believe, so they should be clearing here shortly. RVA Graphics and Wraps holds the fastest lap time of the day at 139.4. Man, they are the only team with a 139 so far today, and that's a really good lap time. So Parts Badger shown in the lead of the race by 23 seconds over Fuse 15. And they Parts Badgers, it seems like they've ramped it up here. And they made a pit stop. And they're turned in a 140.9 on that last lap. Started out with 142, some 141, some 140s, and hit the fastest lap time of the day with that 140.029 for the team. And driver doing a great job of being consistent out there. Down into Hogpen we go. All right. They brought me lunch. Let's take a peek in on Pinkies and see what's going over there. Yep, more of the same. In fact, I don't even see the crew around it, but you can see the jack handle there. That's nothing quick, it looks like. They're working on that machine. So it's all Parts Badger again for the time being. You know, they made their pit stop. They're turning a 140 on that last lap and doing a lot of 40s and 41s. You might be thinking, what about RVA Graphics and Wraps? What about the number 411 car that was so powerful and passed them on the previous stint? Well, they're turning a lot of 143s, 144s, and 45s now. So now's the opportunity for Parts Badger to make hay and get away as best as they can and just keep turning these consistently quicker lap times. The sister car, the 311, is behind them, but behind their sister car, but it's by about 2 laps. They're back quite a bit. Also turning these 143s in at the moment. No Foo Racing just turned in a 150. They're doing a lot of 148s and 150s in their lap times. That's the top 5 right there. Fuse 15 turning in a lot of 146s. There's some 144s in there though as well. right now, Parts Badger just seems to have the measure of the field in performance, and they're continuing to gap the field lap for lap for lap. They've got their pit stop done for now, so they also have a pretty good picture now of how much fuel they're going to be using throughout the stint based on the drive that Roy gave. I'm a little concerned about the call button cable. It looks like it's caught underneath the pull for the fire extinguisher. And every time he turns hard to the right, it puts a lot of stress on the cable. But it is an accordion style cable, so hopefully it's not putting too much stress on the button. So hard braking now, headed for this right-hander. So a super interesting interview, if you're just signing on, that I had with Roy Dietz with Parts Badger. You got to go back and check it out. It was about an hour ago, and really cool interview, and a really cool guy. So hope you'll go back and check that out. Checking that brake with the left foot. Clutch goes in. Yeah, see, he's got one of the helmets that it's got the plumbing in it. You see the white piece on the side of the helmet there around the jawline. That is the quick connect for the drink system that's plumbed into the helmet. So he would have a bite valve inside there, and then you plug your drink bottle in there on the outside, and then you can draw the liquid through that through the helmet, the plumbing in the helmet. And that's something you can get in the Stilo helmets. It looks like he's running the composite. I can see the label on the side. So that could be one of the Stilo helmets there. It might be. It looks kind of low profile. But there are other helmets that have plumbing like that. But that looks to me like the same thing I've got on mine. And I run a Stilo. It's a great helmet. Parts Badger leads now, working lap 111 over RVA Graphics and Wraps in second place. And then it's Fuse 15 in third, leading A-Class. So we've got our lead B-Class, C-Class, and A-Class cars all in the top three. And then we've got RVA Graphics and Wraps 311 in fourth. In fifth, it's No-Fu Racing. In sixth, it's the Stug. In seventh, it's the lead F-Class car, the M2R car. In eighth, it's Walsh Brace Racing. That's an A-Class car. Precision Lost Racing is in ninth, which is another A-Class car. Pinky's Out is in 10th right now, not turning laps. RCX Motorsport is your lead EC car, shown in 11th. And Green Machine is also an EC car behind them. And then it's JSR Racing, which is the lead F-Class car here. They're not the lead F-Class car. They're in second. M2R is now leading F-Class. But JSR, although shown in 13th, is technically in 11th place. And then it's Orange Crush Racing. No Mo Money Racing's behind them, followed by Illuminati Racing in their Mazda. BOT Speed Squad is behind them, but shown not turning laps. And then it's the Car Fab Cobalt team in their 06 Chevy Cobalt, and they are out there turning laps. Flat Out Nemesis is shown at the back of the field. they have turned laps in that B-Class car. It's about 23 laps or so. Flat Out Nemesis has turned. It looked like the car wasn't quite ready to go this morning. There was nobody around it. And it wasn't tarped or anything. It was laying out in the frost. But it looks like they have gotten out and turned some laps here today. Their best lap time is a 1:41.1. So a good lap time. There must be something wrong with our bracket. It's just gonna have to replace it. It keeps coming loose on these guys. Sorry about that. So the Stug is in the pits right now. And it looks like a regular driver change going on for them. The Donovan Bort team. Great guy. The number 46 BMW, light blue and gray. There's RVA Graphics and Wraps coming by in the number 311 around the outside of the Carfab Cobalt team. So Flat Out's turned in, looks like 17 laps so far. And Carfab has turned in 63 today. So they've got more than half the race they've been out there turning laps. And we still got about 3 hours and 30 minutes of racing left in the books, so be sure and stay with us. We're going to take a quick break and be back here in a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone. And we'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Bring on the frozen tundra, the grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Pinky's Out has turned in their camera. Broken control arm is the word, and it is sending them home. So that's the word from the Pinkies Out camp. A win yesterday, and they broke today. I was talking to Chip about it when he came up here. And he's like, well, the downside is we broke. The upside is we're going home. I said, well, you get a win, and then you get to go home. So I guess that's not too bad. And that's the way he was looking at it, too. But Parts Badger's not ready to go home just yet, not without a win. And they are poised to do so now. Working lap 118 is Parts Badger, and they're continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. Nobody is turning lap times like they are up at the front here. A 140.3 that last lap. Leading B class proudly. Wow, you have to look at Race Hero to believe it. Over the course of the last, let's see. I'm just going to count them back for you. The last lap was a 140.3. The lap before that was a 140.6. Before that, a 140.4. The lap before that, a 140.9. The lap before that, a 140.9. The lap before that, a 140.5. The lap before that, a 140.5. The lap before that, a 141.1. Previous, a 141.8. Before that, a 140.4. Lap before that, a 140.4. I mean, it just keeps going. That's disgusting. I mean, when you're that consistent, that's incredible. And that's really the kind of driving that team owners want to see. That way, if you're that stinking consistent, which is like pro-level driving quality, then you can say, okay, I want you to make this adjustment. And let's see what difference it makes on track. And you get a really accurate estimate that way as to whether what they're doing is helping or hurting. Yeah, that might be Roy in the car there. That is some fine driving right there. And Cobalt Fab back out there on the track. As I said earlier, turning laps. Looks like Nofu has brought it into the pits, and they're getting fuel. Looks like the driver's ready to go. I saw a fuel jug being carried over the wall. Just cinching down those belts. Get them good and tight. Yep, the fueler's going over the wall. There's the drip pan. Pushing down the locks and double checking that trunk lid. All right, so we got another guest up here. I told you the guy from Sentinel is going to come up and talk to us. We're looking at, this is one of your camera systems here, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
All
so
right.
That's Nofu Racing, and then we also have a system in Fuse 15 this weekend. So thank you to both of those teams.
Yeah.
Especially Nofu, they're helping us work out all the final kinks in the version 3 that comes out next week. We just launched the pre-order on our website, but we'll be, at PRI. We have a discount running until the end of PRI.
All right, so let's back up, and I got to apologize for my lunch. They brought me onions, and it's not smelling good up here. But anyway, let's back up a little bit. Let's introduce yourself, and let's get into this. What's your name?
So I'm Jake Finnegan. I'm the number 2 at Sentinel.
Okay, Jake.
The founder and owner is James Candelaria.
Okay. All right, Jake. So tell us a little bit about this. It's called Sentinel, and this is a live streaming platform. And it looks to me like it's something that's really specifically designed for what we do. It's for this kind of racing and that kind of thing.
You've got it. It's designed and made by a racer for racers. If you've ever spent any time in the paddock or on the track with James, you'll know 3 things. He's probably the smartest guy in the room, maybe the nicest guy in the room, and one of the fastest guys in the room.
Bring your mic in just a little bit so we got you. There you go.
Gotcha.
All right. So tell us where things are at right now. You're talking about a version 3. Let's just kind of talk about the bare bones of what we have here. We've got not 1, not 2, but 3 camera views going at the same time. How are you doing? You got 3 cameras in the car then?
Yes, so we have a maximum of 3 cameras. The new system, it's all USB-C. They all have thumb screws, so they're all positive locking. The thing that really sets us apart is the internal modems, though. Everybody else out there, the maximum they have is 1 modem, whether it's 4G or 5G, like we did in our previous 2 versions. And now we have 2 5G modems built into the unit, so you can put SIM cards in there from 2 different networks.
Right. So let's say you go to a track like Atlanta Motorsports Park that's probably better for AT&T than Verizon, but then other tracks like here may be really good on Verizon. So if you have cards in both, so how does that work?
So moving forward now, we actually have the ability we have a partnership with US Mobile, and they can supply you 3 SIM cards, 1 for Verizon, 1 for AT&T, and 1 for T-Mobile. So if you know 2 of those, 1 of those work better at a track, you have a pay per gig option, and you'll log into your app, you'll let the US Mobile know which 2 you're going to use, and you'll pay, you have a pool of data, and it'll just draw from that data pool.
You have a pool of data, and it draws from that data pool. So you don't have to worry about if the track you go to is better on AT&T or T-Mobile or Verizon. It just takes care of it.
You have to do a little bit of legwork and figure that out, and if you notice right away, we're not getting the best results, let's pop the T-Mobile card in there and try that. And yeah, just like you said, you'll pull from the same data pool. You'll just pop into your app and say, I'm not using Verizon here, I'm using AT&T and T-Mobile instead.
Okay, so you have an app on your phone that you use to help manage this whole thing.
Yes, sir.
That's really cool. So something like this, what's it take to install, and what does it take to operate something like that?
So the installation is definitely the hardest part, and that's mostly just because of cable management, because you've got the 3 cameras, you've got 2 antennas, and obviously it's going to require a lot of zip ties. But operationally, we have it pretty much set it and forget it after the initial setup.
That's awesome.
Previous users up till now, they've used a web-based app that James designed, and you'll go in there and you'll set all your settings, and it'll be either start streaming whenever I have power, or start streaming whenever I hit a certain mile per hour. And as long as you made a fresh YouTube video that day, a YouTube link, that'll be for people at home. That'll have a delay on it. That'll be about 15-20 second delay.
Right.
But then always you have a very specific link to your system that's less than 1 second latency link. That you'll run, obviously you'll give it to broadcast teams, right? And you'll use that in the pit box. So the crew chief will have that ability to, or your driver coach, right? We have Ross Bentley running on this team we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
He's saying, scooch it up a little bit closer to the apex on that one, or, hey, be smart, don't worry about this knucklehead.
Yeah. So this is just one of the benefits of using your live streaming platform, where guys back in the pits, it's not just for the family at home, although it is great that you have some other people that can watch what you're doing for the weekend, but you can do some pretty awesome driving coaching with this kind of thing in real time.
Absolutely, and no matter where you are in the world, right? If I have a feed that's a 1 second latency lead, less than 1 second latency feed, I can coach you from anywhere in the world.
So what is latency? Let's talk about that a little bit, and why is it there?
It's when I'm watching the car pass by in front of me, it's live on the video like that, less than a second, less than 0.9 seconds, it's coming by and I'm seeing it on the video. Instead of having to wait that 15 to 20 seconds that a YouTube link is going to make you wait, at that point giving any advice on something, it's going to be too complicated. The driver's going to have to be remembering what they did 15 seconds ago for the coach to be able to make that adjustment or anticipate on the next lap 15 to 20 seconds ahead. Okay, as you're coming up to turn 7, do this a little differently.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's sometimes more than 15 seconds too, so it could be 20 seconds ago, and that's a long time on a racetrack. You're long past that corner.
Absolutely. And you got to stay focused on what you're doing, right? So the lower we can make that latency, the better it is for our customers.
Yeah, it seems like as a driver, when I'm struggling with something, or if I screw up a corner, as I'm exiting the corner, it's on my mind, isn't it? I'm thinking about it in that moment. That would be a great time for someone to cue in and say, hey, you know what you just did? That's not good, and here's how we can fix it in the future. Instead of waiting till I'm muscling through the next corner to start giving me advice, and I'm already thinking about this, and I've actually half forgotten about what just happened back there. So I could see how that would be a huge benefit for driver coaching. So this system is obviously live streaming, but I got a feeling it does more than just live stream. Is there also recording that's doing?
Yeah, so obviously you have a normal YouTube link that you can scroll forward and back through as much as you need. That's stored on YouTube as long as you leave it there.
So it's in the DVR.
Essentially, you got it. And then we have an SD card in the machine.
Right.
And you could put, a 256 gig SD card in there, and you'll not only have the, the pre-produced with your custom overlay and your 3 different camera angles, something that you can just rip right off there and upload at the highest quality, damn near 4K. But you also have a high-res video recording of all 3 cameras separately, so you can zoom in on that that money shift your renter did, and or protest the stewards with a high def rear view angle of
so
unfortunate incidents.
You mentioned high res, nearly 4K, so this is kind of revolutionary when it comes to streaming over a cellular service, because that's what we're doing, right? To be able to hit that 1080, that's usually pretty difficult. What are some of the technological hurdles that you guys seem to have overcome in order to be able to do that? We're watching this in 1080 right now.
It was really the adding that second internal modem, making them both 5G, and then our antennas. Our new antennas, obviously to the dismay of many race engineers, they're kind of big. But those antennas give us the ability to scrub any bit of possible cellular network service. So we can get a really high quality stream out of there.
I started doing this 9 years ago, and it was so bad. It was so awful. We have come a long way, and to be able to see us using cellular technology in 1080, and look this clean is just, it's just so good. And there's been, part of it has been, I'm just curious about what you're using for your encoding, your codec and that kind of thing. But some of it has been that. It's been the compression. It's been the ability to take, I have a limited amount of bandwidth, right? But you have a system that seems to be able to take that data and say, yeah, we can give you 1080 and we can still pass it over a limited network.
You got it. And one of the other big things that I left out was that we can broadcast over H.265 now, which is going to be about double the resolution of previous capabilities, which are H.264.
Right. Most of your older cameras are still laden in the 264, and you guys have the newest, latest, greatest. The H.265 is what everybody wants, right? And you guys have it, and that's the benefit of going to the Sentinel system, because you're moving into the now, right? You're in the future, and so this is the future and this is the now. And so you're not only running the H.265, but you're also in 5G, and you've got the double modems, and so you've got really the best option, the best possibility of getting a quality signal like this. That's how it's done. The idea of using multiple modems is nothing new. That technology and that approach has been around for quite a long time. You've adopted it, and you're refining it even now. So you say this is version 3 or something that you're working on?
Version 3. You
Tell
got
us
it.
about, is this just all the nuts and bolts of tech and compression and things like that, or is there something else going on here that's easier for us lay people to understand?
We have hundreds of customers that have used our version 1 and our version 2 systems.
Okay.
We've taken everything we learned from those, because the version 2 was very much just a continuation of the version 1.
Okay.
James, I don't know if you know much about his background or the struggles he's encountered this past year. But just before PRI last year, he had a massive heart attack. He had to have a full transplant, and he made it through. The doctors dangled him getting back into a race car like a carrot, and within 7 months of his heart transplant, he was back in a race car. He was getting certified as a pilot, and he was hot on the trail of figuring out how to build Sentinel up from the ground with all of these things we've been talking about.
Okay.
The ability to stuff more modems in there,
Yeah.
add the H.265, and make it so that you can have an amazingly clear live stream and then an even 4 times clearer local recording that you can pull and share with your friends.
Nice.
It's impressive.
So version 3 is this H.265 and all of that. Okay. Excellent. And it makes perfect sense. I mean, that's the logical thing. That's what everybody would want. If you're in the tech industry, you understand why this is the logical direction to go. You're going to want that H.265. You're going to want that 5G with backwards compatibility to flip to 4G for those tracks that haven't quite made it there. The towers aren't quite there yet. The system seems to be able to do all that.
You got it.
And it seems like you've got you're ticking all the boxes. What's in the future? I mean, what do you do with this? Do you just keep looking for bugs and fix them as they come up and refine, or what's up?
So in terms of the bugs, it's the beauty of being in a very small company. We move like a speedboat. If we find a bug, it gets squashed very, very quickly.
Okay.
In terms of the future, we have a couple other features that are coming down the pipeline that are all going to be, optional into this V3 system. You won't have to upgrade to a V4.
Okay.
I can talk about a couple of them.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
I do. Obviously, we like I said, we don't release until next week officially, but because our field testing has gone so well, the cat's been out of the bag. We've been fielding all kinds of calls. Hey, how do I, when's the first time I can get this?
Okay.
So we ship in January, and one of the big features we have is,
nice.
It's coming up. Is comms. We want you to be able to talk to your pit box and talk to your driver coach through our cellular network instead of relying on a separate radio system plus a video system.
Wow.
So we're adding some features that might seem outside the box for a video system, but then once you think about it, it's wow, that's a beautiful integration that makes it easy to stuff everything I need, communication wise into one machine.
Yeah. Wow. That's a huge thing. That's a huge announcement. So comms in the near future and is this part of version 3? Is this part of what's coming out in January?
Yeah, you got it. If you're going to be at the PRI show, you'll actually get to, mess around with a demo of that comm system.
Amazing. So that's really great. They've got such a good comprehensive system. So you've got the installation. Let's talk about turning it on and activating it. What do I have to do to turn this thing? I'm at the racetrack today. I'm unloading. I've got a million things going on. I'm trying to get my team organized. We got drivers meetings. Oh yeah, we got to turn the camera system on too.
So luckily you're a smart guy and you called the Sentinel support, which is me, before you got to the racetrack, and we went through your initial setup. Now if you want to do it on your own, we have an app built now where it walks you through every step you need to do. So then on race day, you do your daily setup, which takes less than a few minutes. It's really just because YouTube archives any links that are 24 hours old or 12 hours of actual streaming, you have to make a new YouTube link every morning.
Okay.
Otherwise, the system would be, get it power and it's streaming. And we talked a little bit about that SRT version of the link that's less than 1 second latency. That one you can have always streaming. So if you're not worried about sending out a YouTube link, it's on. If you have it set so that it's streaming when power's on, you don't have to worry about anything that morning. Your pit will have the stream. You had to herd no extra cats that morning at the track. It's just ready to go.
So that is a situation where you have a team that they don't care so much about the YouTube feed for everybody. This is really about team information. This is about what's happening in the pit box. I want to see what's going on with the driver. It's turn a key and go. They really don't even have to think about it. It's going to just do it, and it's all because they called Jake ahead of time. They got the setup, right? Because there's configuration. You get that done, and then you're pretty much done with it.
If your SIM cards are in there and the machine has power, you're good to go.
You're good to go. So there's so many drivers that want that, and I don't. I think there was like a kind of a wave of people that started streaming some years ago, and then once they got into streaming, they're like, oh, no, I'm not doing this. This is way too much hassle. I got too much. I'm trying to run a race here, and that's way more important than streaming. And they just kind of stepped back. It's like, I'm not doing that anymore. Sentinel offers a solution now where you don't have to. Yes, you have to do some work to set it up, but look at all the benefits you get from it. Not only would you have the ability, think about this, to coach from pit lane, you're going to have all that archived. I've had team owners. I had one guy, he would watch everybody's stint, the entire race, all over again. Watch everybody drive his car. He's looking for money shifts. He's looking for abuse of the drive line, all that stuff. And your guys are going to be able to do that. So there's a lot of benefits. There's driver coaching after the fact. Maybe too. I've been in some of the B&Bs before. We race on Saturday, come back, and they're reviewing the video footage from the day, coaching one of the other guys to help him get up to speed, or giving him some ideas, some pointers. Oh, here's some things you can do in this turn. I see you're struggling a little bit there. And certainly most drivers have a lot of questions about, hey, what are you doing in 11? Where are you braking? Where are you turning in? You can go back all this stuff, and it's all in high definition. It's really high quality stuff that they're going to be able to pull out. How are they getting to this stuff? Are they pulling SIM cards out? Or are they getting it from their app? What are they doing?
You have multiple options. So if you want the highest definition possible, you'll pull the SD card out, send files around, pull it up on a screen and all observe together. But the beauty of having a YouTube link is that after the stream is over, you can timestamp a YouTube link, and you can send an exact to the second link of, hey, what were you thinking right here?
Yeah. You could send him. So when he gets that link, Jake, then he just clicks on it, and it starts playing right at that time where the guy sent the timestamp to him, right?
You got it.
So he's not having to scrub through 8 hours of racing. He knows this is the spot I want you to look at. Look at this. And that's really cool.
If you're all trying to learn and grow together, just imagine the possibility of having a group chat where you drop that timestamp link and everybody's looking at the same thing right away.
Yeah. Also imagine the advantage it would be for bringing in a new driver. Like you've got, say, Pinky's out, for instance. They have their own drivers. They've been here. They know the track really well. But Jimmy, who's joining the team, doesn't. And they can say, here's some video. Let's talk about how we get around the racetrack, and this is what we do, and here's some things to look out for. When you get into this corner, see this area over here, you want to stay away from that. But it just seems like you can just go on and on with the benefits of something like this. I can see what the driver's doing. I can see how comfortable he is, how relaxed he is. I can see how well he's placed in the car, how much bend he has in his elbows. I can also see what's coming behind the car. So I can see if the driver is, does he change does he get rattled when a car is approaching? How does he handle himself in that situation? So this is really great. You can see all kinds of stuff. If the car starts smoking, you would know it. You can see it out the back.
Exactly.
So how big are these cameras? Or you go ahead and finish.
They're tiny. Oh, well, what I was going to say is, in endurance racing, it's not like Jimmy, new driver, is going to be taking the first stint, right? So if you have a sub 1 second latency feed, you can be sitting there with Jimmy watching whoever's in the car right now and saying, you see how he's doing this? You see how she's doing that?
Okay.
So obviously, like you said, for the new driver to observe, there's nothing better than that live feedback.
So these cameras are small in their footprint is pretty small.
Oh, I wish I had an exact dimension, but it's like 2-inch by 2-inch cube.
So you're sticking them
small.
So is this on the dashboard then? Is it?
So I hung this. Obviously, you can put cameras wherever you want, right?
Yeah.
I hung this one directly from the roll bar in front, just on top of the windshield.
The top roll bar.
Yep.
Okay.
And then we have one on the A pillar facing over to the driver, and then one out whatever part of the cage we can latch it to facing out the rear. Teams get so creative with this. I'm always impressed by the setups I see. Screaming Goat in WRL, for example, they drilled a hole in the back of their trunk.
Okay.
And they have it low, looking out the back of the trunk, and it's just awesome.
Sweet.
When somebody's right up on you, you're looking at their whole grill.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you can get creative. Some teams have looked at the pedal box before to see, just like you're saying, maybe they want to see, shifting technique or driveline abuse, perhaps.
Yeah, so you can move these around. Maybe you're working on some suspension. Maybe you're working on spring rates and bump steer and things like that. You could position these little cameras, strap them in someplace where they're viewing that kind of thing. Do you want these cameras, though, pretty much inside the car? Or are you okay with them being outside the car?
We want them inside the car. It's designed that way, but they can handle certain weather.
A little bit of weather.
If it's torrential, it wouldn't be a great idea. But we've come a long way in terms of how weather resistant they are.
Yeah. If I crush a camera, what's it going to take to replace something like that? Can I call you up and say, ship me a camera?
These things are billet aluminum, so good luck. But yes, we can replace it, no problem.
Okay, all right. So they're obviously pretty tough. It just seems like you guys have thought of everything. It's like specifically designed. You're not taking something that was designed to be in a security camera or something. You're taking something specifically particularly built by really smart people for what we do, and you've come in at some really affordable price point too.
It's all trial and error and just a dedication to iteration by James and then myself and Alex, our other rep out in the field. We listen to the teams. We get in there ourselves. All three of us are drivers, and we're just always looking, I think there's a spot we can improve here.
You're all racers building this type of technology. That's great.
You got it. And there's three of us on the team. So like I said, communication's easy at that point. We can make moves, make adjustments. Last night we realized that one of our new features for V3 wasn't operating properly so the speedo on your bottom, I know we can't see it right now, but when our speedo is GPS based. So the time on the local recording, we just made it so that the GPS lets you know which time zone you're in, and it automatically changes. So you don't have to worry about, I'm racing in Florida, then I'm racing in Texas, I have to change it.
Yeah.
Like I said, everything we can make, set it and forget it, we do. We're just automated, right?
Yeah. So you talked a little bit about overlays. Let's get into that, because some of the teams have quite a few graphics and things they put up on the screen here. How do you do that? How hard is that?
It's so easy. It's unbelievably customizable. Yesterday, for example, we wanted to add the car for No-Foo Racing into the overlay. So I went into the garage. I took a picture of the side profile of the car.
Yeah.
Closed the garage, got the lighting as best as I could, cut out the background on Photoshop, and it was on the overlay in less than 2 minutes.
Nice.
It's pretty impressive.
So if I have sponsors that I pick up at the last minute, it's not going to take me long, or I can give Jake a call and say, hey, I got this sponsor. Can you help me figure out how to get this JPEG, or what's the best type of graphic they should go for here to get something loaded up on there?
So PNGs or vector files always work the best, but what we have is a web-based overlay tool.
Nice.
Where you just upload images just like any other, just simple, easy drag and drop off your computer onto our overlay designer, and you just literally drag it, drop it. There's a few drop-down menus that we include so that you can add in CAN data. So if you have an AIM system, for example, it's ready to go. As soon as you buy the machine, you connect it to your AIM system, and you can add little throttle and brake pressure bars. You can add any sensor data you want. Obviously, you just have to make sure it's routed properly through whatever software you're using to route your CAN.
Yeah, I've seen guys do that. I've seen quite a few of them do that. In fact, this setup here is actually the most sparse that I've ever seen of the Sentinel systems. They usually have lots of stuff going on.
So I noticed that you're not showing the bottom bar on ours on your broadcast today.
Maybe
Is that
we
something
can
that's
get
possible?
it. Maybe we can get it here. Let's take a look at No-Foo and see what we can do.
For example, on there, so if we don't get to show it, I'll just list a couple of things. We're pulling directly from Race Monitor. So we have lap times, we have the current position, we have a couple logos down there, and then, like I mentioned, the photo of the car.
Yep, I see what you got.
Yeah, there we go. So if you extend that all the way to the right too, the speedo is down there in the right corner. So we have the speedo, we have local time and date, then obviously the race monitor information, a couple of logos, photos.
There we go.
It's really infinitely customizable.
That's better. Yeah, so you got all this stuff going on down below too.
Yeah, your creativity is the only limit.
I like that's a photograph you snapped of his car, and it's just, that's amazing. Yeah, it looks like it was like graphically designed. That's really cool.
Well, with the speed and the quality of the modern background remover feature on Photoshop or Canva or whatever you use for that type of thing, it makes it extremely easy. I'm not exaggerating at all when I said it took less than 2 minutes to take the photo and have it on the overlay.
So cool. Let's see. Yeah, Timothy is saying the only issue is cost. Well, everything's cost. He's saying, but if you incorporate comms, that's something that people have spent a tremendous amount of money on, is coming up with communications, and cellular communications is pretty reliable. So in some ways, I think the cellular technology is probably going to be better for us. We got a lot of tracks like Pit Race and Road America where we got these deep areas. We go into the racetrack and just like you're in the dark. I mean, you're dark at that time until you get back over to the front straightaway. It seems like cellular would be a great option to have that on board. So price-wise, do you have any? Can we even talk about cost at this point for the third version?
Retail is $4,000 until the end of PRI on December 14th. We're running a 10% off for pre-orders. And if you're a prior customer, talk to us. We can do a little more to ease that pain. We get it. This is not a cheap system, but you get what you pay for. We've talked about one of the features I'm allowed to talk about. The other one is an integrated rear view camera. So that rear view camera that you see up in the corner, we have an HDMI out on the box. So if you put a little monitor on your dash, now you have your rear view camera.
Nice.
You have your, obviously, live streaming system, then you have comms. Then we have a few more things coming down the pipeline. So
yeah, because we've got a number of cars, and I know that was an issue with Bill's MR2, just couldn't see out the back. But now you've got rear view, and the driver can see it. And one of the issues they ran into with the rear view was that we were racing at night, and during the day it was fine, but at night it was too bright, and they couldn't figure out how to turn it down.
Yeah.
So if you can get into a dimming type thing where you can turn it down, that would be ideal for System 4, maybe.
Well, we have the ability right now to go through 3 built-in levels of exposure, and then if you find those aren't enough, just call Jake.
Yeah, give Jake a call. Now, you guys have thought of everything. It seems like you're really on top of this whole thing. So, yeah, thanks so much for coming. Is there anything else you want? We need to. How do we get a hold of you guys?
So
who do we call?
Sentinel.racing is our website. You can always email me.
Sentinel.racing.
Like I said, I'm the support team, so Jake at Sentinel.racing. If you hit me up soon before the end of PRI, I can get you some extra discount codes, and we can hook it up. The only other feature that I wanted to chat about is you're not limited to only those 2 5G modems.
Off track. He straightened it out. Getting his money's worth. Now, say again, you're not limited to the 5G modems.
So we have those 2 5G modems. We also have a Wi-Fi bonding ability. So if you have another Wi-Fi source in the car that's already network connected, and we have an Ethernet port. So essentially you can connect to 4 different transmission types simultaneously. And obviously this is the right audience. We're starting a race. These aren't just redundancies. This is a race for packets. So whichever packet gets delivered first is the one that gets broadcast. The ones that don't just get ejected right away. So the strength of your transmission is so strong now.
Yeah, because now you can connect it to a hotspot too if you really want to go crazy.
A hotspot, a Starlink Mini, and 2 cellular networks. If we can't find signal with those 4, you shouldn't be racing there.
Yeah, I can't think of a track we've gone to that didn't have something. I mean, Coda and AMP are the 2 that are really good with AT&T, but not so good with Verizon, at least the last time we were there. So, yeah, you should be able to get it done. And I know these guys are racing it more than the tracks that we race at.
Of course.
And they're using it for other tracks, too. But, yeah, I don't know if you guys have any questions out there, whether you're watching now live or afterwards, just hit Jake up. Are you kind of the sales? Are you the kind of the point? Should they call you?
Yeah, myself and Alex handle sales. I'm the customer service guy, so I don't punch out. We're here to serve racers, right? So if you're on the paddock freaking out, something's going wrong, just call me. Email me first. I don't want to give out my phone number on a YouTube video.
Yeah, we don't need to do that. Yeah. No, they've got the channels, so they know how to get a hold of you. Well, this is great. Thanks for taking some time to come up and talk to us. Sorry about the onions, but no, thanks for coming up, Jake. It's great meeting you, and so appreciate you guys working so hard to bring such a great technology to us, because yeah, I think it's sorely needed, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So, yeah, great updates too. So 10% discount, that's huge on a $4,000 product. That's nice.
Yeah, we don't offer discounts typically, so this will probably be the last time you see something like that. And then we are definitely a little intimidated by the tariff possibilities coming up, and that could affect the price. So I would urge people to get your orders in if at all possible.
Yeah, if you're really thinking about doing something, you probably want to jump on it now before you regret it later, because you don't know what's coming. So, okay, well, thanks for coming up and talking to us, Jake, and look forward to talking to you again in the future.
Thank you, Paul.
Have a great 2025.
Big fan. You do such a great job on here.
Thanks, brother.
I appreciate you and Tiffany. You guys do awesome. So
thanks, brother.
Talk again soon.
Okay, take care. All right, so that was Jake with the Sentinel Racing live streaming team. That's amazing. So great to have him up here and give us the lowdown. I learned so much about what they're doing now, and I'm sure you folks did too. So looking back at the race here, we've got Parts Badger still leading the race, and looks like they backed it down on that last lap, a 144. They dropped several seconds on that last lap. Thanks, Jake. Appreciate you. And so we'll keep an eye on that. We got RVA Graphics and Wraps there in second place. It shows they're down about a lap now, but usually once Parts Badger crosses the start-finish line, we'll get an accurate measurement of how much delay there really is, or the gap that there really is there. Fuse 15 is in third. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 311s is fourth, and Nofu Racing is in fifth. Looks like the Cobalt has gone behind the wall again, so issues again for the Carfab Cobalt team. Nofu Racing been doing great. I guess there's a feed for Fuse 15 too somewhere, so I'll take a look at that, see what I can find. Yeah, Tiffany's spending time with family this weekend, so she wasn't able to join us for the show today or yesterday. Her nephews are in from out of town. She doesn't get to see them very often. So I got something they did a year ago. Here we go. Got it. In fact, they are coming into the pits just now in that machine, and I will try to get that up here for us so we can have that feed. Actually, it's... Here we go. So yeah, what I do like about the things he was saying was especially that they are integrating comms as an option, and they've got the most current compression. They're using that H.265. That's the future right there. It's the future in the now. So it's not streaming at the moment for some reason, but I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll... It looks like they came into the pits when they killed the power. They might have it set up to where they dropped the stream at that point. So when they turn it back on, it should reconnect. I'll keep an eye on it. So here's our leader of the race. So yeah, the big news is Pinky's Out has retired from the race. They got a win yesterday and broke today. So right now, A class being led by Fuse 15, B class Parts Badger, C class RVA Graphics and Wraps, EC is being led by RCX, and they've just cleared the pit loop. So it looks like they're heading out. And F class by M2R. And sadly, we don't have a D class competitor that took a lap today. And it looks like the Miata of Parts Badger is coming to the pits. And his hands are up in the air, and I'm like, uh-oh. Does that mean the guys aren't there? Maybe he couldn't hear anything. Oh, looks like they're ready. He's just pulling the belts out to make sure that the next guy will be able to get in. Could be they didn't have the lollipop out. That's the problem I always have getting in cars. Sometimes the smaller cars I have trouble getting my head in. And that's why I went to the Stilo, because it's a lower profile helmet. And it makes it easier for me to get in and out of the car. I also bought the latest Hans device from DiscoveryParts.com because the duckbill is a lower profile too. So again, just making it a little easier to get in and out of the race car. And it'd be pretty important in a fire. Be an emergency, you want to be able to get out easily. I gotta tell you, being in a Miata is a cool feeling because you're really plugged in. You feel like you're in a child's car seat. You're just so, you're so plugged in like a socket. So just checking the belts there. Leader of the race. And they will be heading back out shortly. There's the Stug up ahead. So yeah, let me know what you guys think about that Sentinel system and what your thoughts are. I know we've had a number of teams that have adopted it. Because if you can put comms in there too with it, wow, that's a pretty attractive deal. About 2 hours and 40 minutes remain in the race. Parts Badger in the pits. up on the high part of the racetrack now, heading to roller coaster. And this is where they begin dropping down 120 feet. Is the elevation drop, is what I'm told, down into hog pen. Oh, and there's traffic down here. Looking to get by. BMW moving pretty slowly out there. So we've got a car that's no flag, but there's a note here on the Precision Lost Parts Racing team about brake lights. So I don't know what they're going to do, what's going on there exactly. Typically, if you don't have working brake lights, they will flag you in for that. That needs to be taken care of. And we're also seeing the Flat Out Nemesis team. I guess they were out turning some laps, and they were brought in and black flagged, and the driver was removed for it says a 4 off and continue, and they had already received a drive-through penalty for going off the racetrack. So you get a warning, you get warnings, you get a drive-through penalty, and if you do it again, and it happened over in turn 4, they're just going to pull you out of the car and probably done for the day. I doubt they'll let him back in the car. Timothy says, definitely worth it, but I don't have that kind of budget. Tough. I will put it up on my wish list. Yeah. It's pretty cool that it'll integrate with the CAN systems and all of that, because then you can just pull all that data, and I'm sure you can see that from the pits. So it's like telemetry, you know. They can see what the car's doing. Pretty cool. All right, so the Cobalt team is heading out of the pits again. They are not giving up on this thing. They're going to get out there. And, oh, he's pointing back. So they must have gone out and done a lap, and they're just, this is test and tune, right? You try to solve the problem, and you go back out, try it, see how it goes. Yep, the technology's great, and it's only going to get better, because that H265 is the way to go. I mean, that's what you want to be able to do, and that's really the quality, the improvement of the compression and the codecs that has made it possible to do broadcasts like this, where it wasn't possible before. When I started doing it, I was told, oh yeah, somebody tried doing that and it didn't work. They couldn't get it to work. Well, that was then, and this is now kind of thing was my whole thing. It's like, I realized they couldn't at the time, but the technology has improved. We're running 4G, and we've got, you know, things are better than they used to be. And that's why I was able to do it. So it's pretty cool. And the technology is just going to get better and better. And we're going to be able to do things like this. But unfortunately, you got to pay for that tech. I mean, it's not cheap. That's the thing. You You gotta be willing to, well, capable of opening up your wallet. You may be willing, but you just don't have it. But that technology, that's something you gotta pay for. But it's like anything else too. Over time, the price it'll drop, and then there's something else that's new. That's the way tech is. And then that's the most expensive stuff. Down the front straightaway, Parts Badger, the leader of the race. Wasn't that a song? No, that's leader of the pack. And the passing flag, let them know, the leader's coming up. Hard braking for that corner. Following along with the Parts Badger team here as they're working their way around the racetrack. No Foo Racing. Having a great weekend, these guys. They're in 5th place overall. 2nd in B class. Precision Parts has shown they've crossed the pit loop, so they've headed back out after stopping in the pits. So with that, we're going to take another commercial break here. Final 2 hours and 30 minutes of racing here at Virginia International Raceway. So much yet to come, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
No. Seriously?
Come on.
Oh, no.
You for real?
Dale, dale.
Really?
Wow.
So maybe just a cable?
We can help you.
Welcome to America's #1 battery destination, AutoZone, your battery solution.
All right, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And no change, except we're turning more laps. 150 laps turned so far today. And James commenting in the feed here saying this is back talking about the Sentinel system again, saying you can also configure it to stream directly to your channel without having to touch a thing after installing it in the car. So it's all about how you set it up, and I think Jake was alluding to that. You know, there's a configuration process, there's an installation process, and they have the guys that talk your lingo and talk the tech lingo too. It can help you get through all of that to get that done, and then tell them what you want, tell them what you want it to do. And then they'll set it up for you. They'll help you set it up for you, one or the other, so that you can get it to do what you want it to do the way you want it to do it. And then it's going to be really easy. So that's the way to do it. So on board with No-Foo Racing with one of those Sentinel systems, you can see the car approaching from behind, and you can see the cars ahead, and you can see the driver. You've also got some information down below. They've got the best lap time indicated there, the last lap number 144. So that doesn't look right, but best lap of 143.113. They've just been having a great weekend. And James was saying, Jake was saying, they're working out every iteration is just going to get better and better. And that's the way technology is. You come out with something, and then you find ways to make it even better. That's just like a race car, right? You start out with one thing, and you're like, okay, I like this, but you know what I'd really like to do is have it do this or have it do that. And then you build on it. When I first started working in IT, was way back in 1998, and back then people were pretty impressed with computers and what they could do. And I would be working with someone. They would say, "How in the world did someone come up with all this? How did they come up with a computer, the mouse, the whole thing? How did they come up with that? Who could invent something like that?" And it's the same thing. It started with one small thing, and then you build on it. It's like, well, I wonder if I could get it to do this. I wonder if I could get it to do that. And over time, very smart people work on these things, and they get more and more evolved into something really incredible, like a computer, a PC. And that's how it happens, and this is the same thing. You could really see that car coming up from behind. A little bit of tire smoke up ahead. But I haven't seen, what I haven't seen is as many tire lockups as we had yesterday. And the temperature is dropping a little bit. The sun has gone behind the clouds. And temperature's starting to drop. You can see those clouds moving in here on this camera. RBA graphics and wraps there, the Stug, and the JSR racing team and their Ranger. I talked to JSR this morning. I said, "Hey, what do you think about, we'll put a camera in your car and make you famous?" They said, "Yeah, I don't think we want that kind of pressure." Like, okay, maybe next time we don't want to put any more on their plate. The leader of the race here made a driver change. So far, things going pretty smooth for them. It looks like that pit stop did put them behind RVA graphics and wraps number 411. We know they're going to have to pit. here at some point. Their last pit stop was back on lap 94, and we're at lap 154. So therefore, yeah. Let's see, that's a big stretch. Let's see, their first pit stop they did at lap 66. So that was a caution where they stopped last time because we had the lunches, I guess. And now, so they can get about 66 laps out, so they got to be close. They stopped at 94, and we're at 53. So yeah, they're getting pretty close. In fact, here comes somebody behind the wall. Who's this? Oh, okay. Another one of the E36s pulling it behind the wall. And the car fab guys have put that Cobalt back onto the racetrack. They just keep going. Oh, thanks, Bernie. Yep. Oh, looks like they slowed a little bit, but that's probably not true. They just had the leader coming by. He is sailing. Yeah, thanks, Bernie. Yeah, it's definitely fun having some other people for you to listen to besides me. And my wife was talking about, I was talking to her last night, but I was like, how bad is it doing it by yourself? It's like, well, generally the guy producing does not do any commentary. He's working on production. I think it's harder on the listeners than it is on anybody else because they got to just put up with one guy talking the whole time. The RCX Porsche moving slowly through that left-hander there. Great onboard video here from the Nofu Racing team. I really like that their cameras are small. They're easy to place. They don't take up a lot of room. We've got so many of these cars with small cabins, and then they put these gigantic cameras in there, and you end up using up a lot of, visible space that you need to see out the back of the car. So these are small, pretty discreet cameras that you can mount, and then you don't have all that. Oh, thank you, Bernie. Appreciate that. Down into Hog Pen. And the Cobalt team is bringing their car back into pit road as they continue to try to work out the kinks, I guess you might say. So 4-off continue called on the Illuminati Racing Mazda MX-5. And yeah, that call on on Flat Out Nemesis to pull the driver out of the car. I don't know if that's the first time we've done that for 4 off and continues or not. Thanks, Timothy. But yeah, you probably shouldn't be going off the racetrack that many times. This is a very technical racetrack. I'll give you that, and there's a lot of blind corners and that kind of thing. That's okay. You can prepare. You can prepare for those things. You can watch this, you can watch these streams and other people that drive the track and get a feel for it. What I used to do, was I put my car up in the air and then I put a laptop on the hood. Oh, we're full course caution. And then I would watch the video and I would role play inside the car, the upshifts, the downshifts. Of course, the car is off. But I got some muscle memory from watching the video and pretending like I was driving the car. There's Flat Out Nemesis coming by. Just to get a feel for, what I was going to be doing. So code 35 has been called. Parts falling off of the Precision Lost Parts Racing Mazda is being noted in the logs. No action taken at this time. But full course caution has been displayed. Here comes the cavalry. We should have some theme music or something for them when they come out. There should be something. To give me something to do in the off season. I got to come up with something for these guys, and they'd probably appreciate it. They kind of feel the love. Purple 35. All the cars slow down to 35 miles an hour. And we've got some people taking advantage of this. And I think this would be the perfect opportunity for RVA Graphics and Wraps to come into the pits. This is what they've been waiting for. But oddly enough, they're staying out. They're crossing in front of me here on the front straightaway. Which just goes to show you what I know. There they are. They could have pitted. I'm sure they could have dove into the pits on that, but they didn't. Maybe when they come back around. All right, so it's car number 46. Oh no, that's the Stug. Okay, so the 211 car. It says the 211 going back here. That's the Precision Lost Parts. It says the wheel fell off. It says parts falling off the car. Yeah, the wheel left the car. So, and then we've got something here between the number 46, which is the Stug Racing Experience, and RVA Graphics and Wraps number 311. And there's some question marks on that, so maybe they're not quite sure. Passing under code 35. So that's going to come back to haunt them. So over in 10 and 11 is, that is the up around the roller coaster area on the racetrack. So the wheel came off the car. And then when we went to code 35, we had a couple cars that didn't, that passed under that. It looks like it's under review. All right, so I think this is, if I'm in the right spot of the racetrack, this should be around turn 10. I should see downhill here. So maybe it's just off camera. We can't see it. Nope. This is back around NASCAR 3 is where this is. We got a long way to go. We're on the opposite side of the racetrack. So under caution here, I think what we'll do, I'm going to slip away for a break. I'm still working on lunch as we're under caution here, and we'll let them take care of this situation. And it looks like, okay, so we have a drive-through penalty that's been assessed to cars. It looks like 46, which is the Stug, 311, which is RVA Graphics and Wraps, and 524, which is Fuse 15. Oh, man. So some heavy losses here for some of these teams that really didn't want that. Just haven't had that many cautions today. It's been one of those days. A lot of great racing. Not much stopping. Well, anyway, we're going to take a quick break. Be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Virginia International Raceway this weekend, and Parts Badger leads the way. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea. Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
And RVA Graphics and Wraps does bring the 411 into the pits after we've gone back to green. So they're getting that pit stop done so we can see what their stint length looks like. You know, it's in the 60s, it's in the high 60s laps, and they're looking at that left front corner and the left rear too. Looks like they're just looking at the tire wear. This is something that the Pinkies Out team had some concerns about. And now there's equipment coming. Oh, the jack is going under the car. Are they looking at tire changes? Well, there's a lot of... Yeah, that looks like... I was going to say an air gun, but it's not really an air gun. It's an electric impact, right? And they're jacking it up quick, so maybe they're taking a wheel off. I don't see tires going over the wall. There's a tire coming off. Yeah, it's coming down. They must have already had a tire over there. Yep. So they have changed the tire on that car. I figured they must have already, I don't know. I don't know, did they have time to take fuel in there too? Oh yeah, he's using some floor dry. So they must have taken fuel and did the driver change all in one stop. And they are released. So the number 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps heads back out onto the racetrack. But right now it's still Parts Badger leading the way. Number 411 RVA Graphics and Wraps in second place, as Parts Badger retook the lead, of course, as the BMW is in the pits. Fuse 15 is in third place. The RVA Graphics and Wraps number 311 is in fourth place, and Nofu Racing is in fifth. Looks like the number 311 of RVA Graphics and Wraps just up ahead. So would this be for position? Nope, there's at least a lap of difference between the two of them now. So they could get this back and they could get their lap back. Nofu turned a 148 on that last lap, and RVA a 151. Looks like we're coming off the cautions here, so the cars have to get up to speed. Now we can see Nofu's hanging with him. That's an interesting line by the RVA car. I wonder if he's trying to hold Nofu off by putting himself track center instead of taking the optimal line through there. Here we go. Up onto the front straightaway here. Nofu Racing, I think they're the faster car here. It looks that way. You might say, well, then why doesn't he just go by him? Well, it's sometimes difficult to get by, but when you're able to hang with somebody like that, corner for corner for corner, and they really can't get away, you're the faster guy, and it's just a matter of time before you get through. That's usually the way it goes, because there's, the guy ahead's probably trying to hold you off, and that slows you down and throws off your momentum, but you're so much quicker that you're right back on top of them again, so it's not like they can get away. So that means you are the faster car. He's definitely taking a little different line through here than the RVA car is. As he comes down onto the front straightaway here, let's see. This should be where the BMW is a little bit better. But the Miata's pretty quick. Flat Out Nemesis has turned a number of, I was going to say 111, but it doesn't look right. It's 52. They now hold the fastest lap time of the day with a 138.894. Oh, contact! Oh no, the two came together. Oh no! Oh. Oh no, let's go back and look at that in replay and see what happened here. He was following him down into the corner here. And you're going to see a little bit of tire smoke there. I'm not sure RVA saw him coming and just went for the apex. And they got together. Oh. Yeah, that's what it's called, the vortex of danger. You don't want to be down in there because you're probably going to get your beak clipped. And that's what happened here today for Nofu Racing. It looks like, RVA got punted. That wheel looks okay. They may be all right. So hopefully they'll be able to continue. You guys might not be able to hear it, but I could hear the driver inside the car scream, like, no! So, it wasn't intentional. It's just one of those things. Bernie's saying, oh, RVA was up 2 laps. He should have just let him go. Yeah, you can see that's, in retrospect, I'm sure he wishes he had. So, and this was caught by race control, car-to-car contact, no flag, but they are going to add a lap to the 993. So, quick reaction from the officials there. So, apparently it was seen right away. Oh, some tire lock up there going into this NASCAR 3, I believe it's called. So we've got some classes. If the Fuse 15 is leading A class today, we've got Parts Badger leading B class, and they're the overall leader. C class is being led by RVA Graphics and Wraps. F class is being led by M2R. A class, I think, is being led by Nofu Racing. If I didn't mention that, no, it's being led by Fuse 15. Excuse me. EC is being led by RCX Motorsport in their 2001 Porsche Boxster. If I'm not mistaken, that was yesterday's winner. Add a lap or dock a lap? I don't know. It says, is there a difference really? It says 1 lap onto 993. That's what it says. So I guess that would mean you would remove a lap, so they would be down 1 lap from where they were. That would make sense. If you added a lap, then you would be putting them ahead, right? Although, it would be a great laugh, yeah. I said add a lap. Well, yeah. It would be funny, though, if you... Hey, you guys gave us some entertainment. We're going to give you another lap on the field. I mean, it says 1 lap onto 993, so it's like, it sounds like he's saying add a lap. Well, it's like adding lightness. It sort of is, but that's not really what you're doing, right? You're taking it away as a penalty. And the Stug Racing Experience is in the pits again. They checked underneath the car. Now the hood's going to go up, and they're buckling in a new driver. Yep, hood comes off. So Parts Badger showing up 2 laps over RVA Graphics and Wraps after their pit stop. I imagine it's a little less than two laps, really. Fuse 15 there in 3rd. RVA Graphics and Wraps in 4th. And Nofu Racing is in 5th. So Flat Out Nemesis, yeah, it looks like they've got their car pretty well sorted out. They're turning a lot of 142s and 143s. Then they had a couple laps there where they were, yeah, they've had a few laps now where they've turned under 140. And they've been in the pit several times too. They pitted on, looks like at the very, around lap, this is hard to read. Looks like they pitted on lap 11, they pitted on lap 24, they pitted on lap 35. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's... Sometimes I think too you forget what's really going on around you. Like you see somebody there and you start racing and you're like, oh, I'm racing this guy, you know, and you're just racing. You're not really thinking, well, wait a minute, this, you know, we're not even in this race with this guy. I can just let him go. It's not gonna hurt anything. It's pretty clear that Nofu was the quicker car, and he was gonna get through. And he'd been poking his nose in there. We saw, you know, in another corner, he was trying to get by. So I don't disagree with you. I mean, you just, eventually he's going to get through. You might as well just let him go because he's not even a threat. And that's why, you know, one idea that I like is before getting in the car, just look at the standings. Look at the top runners. You know, look where you are. And look at the top runners to see who are the guys I just need to let through and not even, you know, worry about. And you kind of know, once you've been racing long enough in the series, you know, okay, I know what the RVA cars look like. I know what, I know what the Pinkies Out cars look like, and et cetera, et cetera. So you see them coming, it's like, okay, I know who that is. And then you may even get some blue flags. And you know who you're in a race with and who you're not. I mean, some of these guys are EC cars, and they're just going to be quicker, and just let them go, right? That's kind of the worst case situation where you're not letting somebody go you should, and then then you get into contact with them, and it hurts the car or something like that. I think he might be catching the same car. Let's see, is this the sister car up ahead, or is this... I think we're in a different space and time continuum. That's the 411 car there, so... Yeah, I think this is the same car. No, has he got the wing on the car? I can't tell from this angle. You can hear him pedal it as he heads into the snake. Alright, the Stug Racing Experience leaves. Remember, they had to serve a penalty for passing under caution. Yeah, the BMW is starting to stretch away a little bit. All right. That one's done with. Let's see if he can catch this one. I love how early he's getting on the throttle coming through hog pen. There's the mile per hour to the right. Yeah, 120. Those are the speeds we were hitting at Road America when I was racing with Justin Lee. Trying to be careful here. Doesn't want to get taken out. And continuing to close here. Parts Badger still leading, turning in a 143 on that last lap. And turning a lot of 142s now. Very consistent. RVA behind them, turning a lot of 143s and slower times as well. Fuse 15 turning in a lot of 145s. And the sister car, the 311 of RVA Graphics and Wraps, turning a lot of 147s. No Food, we're on board with them, turning a lot of 147s and 148s. So this is a tight battle here. If this is the 311 car up ahead, and it looks like it probably is. Had a lot of trouble getting by him the last time. And let's see what they're going to do this time. On board with the leader of the race, Parts Badger. They've been carrying our trusty camera with them throughout the weekend. Appreciate Roy letting us do that again today. It doesn't look like our camera bracket's really up to the task. But it's soldiering on. It's hanging in there. Oh, here's the... back this sound down a little bit. There you go. The label's not correct, so I'll get that fixed. This is the Fuse 15 team, I do believe. Yeah, so you can see this is a different setup. Looks like Nick in the car right now. The JSR Racing Ford Ranger comes down pit road. They're heading back out. There's the leader coming through in front of Nofu Racing. Flat Out Nemesis rolling down pit road. Looks like they're getting ready to head back out. It looks like they've got the lap times down. But they just were having some mechanical issues with the car yesterday and didn't really get to the track to getting track time. And today they've got some track time, but it was later in the day. They weren't able to start the race with us. They're looking at that right rear wheel where that impact took place on the number 311 RVA Graphics and Wraps. So that's become a concern for them. It's interesting that they had another race here at VIR on the other course where there was contact on the right side of the car and on the rear, just on that same corner. I don't know if it was that same car, but broke the car as they were racing on the south course, which was quite a bit tighter. And that was some years ago. And the Cobalt team got their car back out there again. Not giving up. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in and watching today. We got even more viewers than yesterday. Nearly 1,400 people have signed in so far today to see what's going on out here in Virginia for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race, the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic. And I'm Paul Veltum, of course, hosting again today. Tiffany is taking the weekend off to spend some time with family. Yesterday's race, it was a good race. Pinkies Out took the win after the RVA Graphics and Wraps number 411 faltered. And today it was the Pinkies Out car that broke. So now both RVA Graphics and Wraps cars are out there. But boy, it's really been the story of Parts Badger that took an early lead and has been able to maintain that lead even after running out of fuel. Just barely made it into their pit box. It was so close. And he said, yeah, we probably had to soak up a minute for that, but we got back out there. And they're now up about almost 2 laps over RVA in the number 411 car. And this is not with a bunch of seasoned heavy hitter drivers. These are guys that are still learning the racetrack. They're all new drivers. So it's Parts Badger, RVA Graphics and Wraps, Fuse 15, RVA Graphics and Wraps, No Foo Racing. Looks like they're not turning laps right now. So they've brought their car into the pits. Walsh Brace Racing, M2R, the lead F-Class car. The Stug Racing Experience, the Green Machine is another EC car. And No Mo Money Racing. So that would be Orange Crush Racing would be the top 10. We've got 2 EC cars in the top 10, and that's the RCX Motorsport, Porsche Boxster, and the Green Machine, which is a BMW number 316. Jack stands coming out, and it looks like they are looking at the right front. So this is that point of contact that they had with the BMW. So there may be some damage on that car after that contact. Marnie, my son and his friends are racing today, and we are from Canada, watching on and off and find it interesting. 451 and 452, yeah, that is the Carfab team. Put a camera in their car. And there's the Cobalt right there. Yeah, they came down from Canada for this race. And the first car broke down, the second car broke down. They fixed this one, put it back out there, and it broke down again. They fixed it again. They keep fixing it and getting it back out there. Oop. Almost got themselves in a bit of a pinch there with the car ahead, but managed to keep from getting into trouble there. Yeah, Marnie, my sister-in-law's name is Marnie. There aren't a lot of Marnies out there. So she gets excited when we see somebody with that name, especially on TV or something in the movies. Going back past car 89, that's the BOT Speed Squad Mazda Miata. So yeah, thanks for signing in and checking up on your son and his friends. I got to meet some of those guys this morning. We were talking about temperatures and how cold it is here compared to Canada. Which is, you know, I'm from northern Indiana, Marnie, so this area in Virginia is quite a bit way south of northern Indiana, so it was about 18 degrees warmer here than it was back home. So I was talking to my wife the other night, and it was 12. It said it's 20 degrees, feels like 12. It's like, well, when you get to 20, that's when it starts to hurt to breathe. So anything below that is just awful. It doesn't matter anymore. It's just painful. It's just no good. Parts Badger leaving the pits. Looks like they came in for something. Looks like Roy jumped back into the car. And They're rolling to pit out. So this would be the final stint. This would be taking it all the way home. And Roy's really, really shown himself to be a great ambassador for the sport. He's a much nicer guy than I am. He's really great. Thanks for showing them his daughter as we're watching. I hope he's having fun. About 0 degrees Celsius here. Yeah, it's not nearly that bad here. It's you're sure welcome. It was really them. They were willing to take the camera. Let's see what we got here. It's so yeah, it's in the high 40s. It feels like it's 44 degrees out there Fahrenheit. We're on Fahrenheit down here, as you already know. So Parts Badger heads back out. And there's RVA. Ooh, it's getting close again with the 311 car. Got to be careful there. And Roy doing just that. Since this camera just seems to be obsessed with watching the driver, maybe we just tighten it down right here. Just leave it right there. But it's fun looking out the front. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take another commercial break and be back here in a few minutes as we've reached the bottom of the hour. That's right. An hour and 30 minutes remain here in the race at Virginia International Raceway in Alton, Virginia. There's so much racing yet to come. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Stress tested to meet or exceed original equipment performance. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance, with 2-layer shims and OE-style slots and chamfers to eliminate noise. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference, only at AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Parts Badger. They are leading out here. Oh, wait, no, because they came in for that pit stop. So let's get an update here. All right. So RVA Graphics and Wraps leads the race, and they pitted on lap 160. We're at lap 181. And, of course, RVA, let's see, so Parts Badger just got done with their pit stop. I don't know. Will RVA need to pit again? Maybe not. Because they pitted just after that caution. And now, let's see, we've got about an hour and 20 minutes remaining. I don't know. Math is hard. Someone help me out here with the math. What do you think? Because they're doing around 66 laps. I just don't know what time they pitted. Were they inside the 2-hour mark? That might be why they stretched it. No, because that was lunchtime, wasn't it? It was just after the caution. Or was that back on lap? No, I don't think so. No, this was the caution for the broken wheel. So that wasn't lunchtime. Let's look at the race log. Okay, so the broken wheel, that was at 13:46. Why does it say that? Because it's showing. It's strange that it would be in there like that. What do you think, Timothy? You think Parts Badger did it right and Roy is the hot shoe? Yeah. So that's a quarter till 2. So they would have to stop again. It's marked as 1346, but then they waited. So did they wait 15 minutes to get to the top of the hour before they pitted? 10 minutes is all they would need. Maybe that's why they stayed out, so they could get to the 10-minute spot. Well, because then they would spend 5 minutes in the pits, and then they'd come out with 2 hours to go. So this could be all played into the hands of RVA if they don't have to pit again. If they can make it 2 hours, maybe. They may have played the strategy perfectly. Interesting. Yeah, Roy's definitely got this thing dialed in. Flat Out Nemesis not turning laps right now, so they brought that car in. So the standings right now, 184 laps. We've got RVA Graphics and Wraps leading by about a lap over Fuse 15. Then it's Parts Badger, RVA Graphics and Wraps, Walsh Brace Racing, No Foo Racing, M2R, RCX Motorsport, and the Green Machine, the Stug Experience, and No More Money. Now the Stug I don't see in the pits right now. So they could be they came in and went back out. This is that instant replay from a little bit before. You can see we were on board with No Foo Racing at the time, getting close to the 311. Just a tiny bit of tire smoke coming in there, and I just think the 311 just didn't see him. So that was kind of the drama of the last one. I was talking to an official there. There's some questions. It wasn't related to that. That's already been taken care of. All right. And there's that Ranger out there just chugging along strong. You gotta love it. That's great. It's weekends like this, though, that sets the hook deep. And then you never want to stop doing it because you're like, oh, we had so much fun. We had such a great time. Because we just went out there. We got to turn so many laps. We had so much fun out there. And it is an infection that doesn't go away. I don't think there's a cure for it. Sometimes that's really all it takes. It's just a good experience. Both of the RVA Graphics and Wraps cars are right together as they come across the start-finish line again right there. I don't know if they're fighting for position or what exactly is the plan here, but in the past we've seen the Pinkies Out team would finish 1-2. And just kind of be together there at the end. They may choose to do something like that. Kind of a photo finish type of thing, which I think is kind of cool myself. Not everybody agrees with that, but that's okay. Lee, hey, Lee, how you doing? Can I get a 30-second race recap at this point? Okay, so race recap. What has happened so far? Well, most of the day it's been Parts Badger. From the beginning of the race, Parts Badger started towards the front of the field and pretty quickly took over the lead of the race. And was able to get by both RVA Graphics and Wraps and Pinkies Out in the process to get up there. And they just had the pace, you know. It just didn't seem like anybody could catch them. Well, Parts Badger has some new drivers with him also this weekend. Yep, we're good. Yeah, sure, that'd be great. I'm just doing a race recap. Ray's joining us up here. And then, Parts Badger was looking pretty good out there. They had put a lap on the field, it looked like, and coming up over a lap on the field. And then they very nearly ran out of fuel and limped into the pits and somehow made it up the hill into their pit box without completely running out of fuel. Refueled, went back out there with a fresh driver. He got overtaken by one of the RVA cars. Then it looked like RVA had the upper hand. And then Roy got back in the car. They had another student get in, and then Roy got back in the car, and they were caught back up. So it's been kind of a little bit of give and take, but it's pretty obvious that the Parts Badger car has the measure of the field. And so they are possibly going to win this race. I don't know about the math, but the way RVA played that pit stop, I'm wondering if maybe they've got the advantage at this point with the number 411 car. They really had a solid chance of winning the race yesterday, and then they were black flagged, meatballed actually for exhaust that apparently was falling off the car. They had to come in and resolve that, go back out, and then Pinkies Out was there to snatch up the win because they had put themselves in a position to do so. So this could be a day of redemption for RVA Graphics and Wraps, the 411 back up at the front of the pack. If they don't have to stop again to comply with the rules and do a driver change, perhaps even take fuel, they may be in the position far enough out ahead where Parts Badger won't be able to catch them. 1 minute and 28 seconds is the gap this last time by, and Parts Badger shaved another 3 seconds off that lap.
Yeah, I'm thinking that RVA does not have to stop again. You know, if my memory serves right, when they went out there right at the window to make it to the end, I think they only had like an hour 52.
That very well could be the case, and that would explain why they extended beyond that yellow to get that pit stop done, so that this strategy would play out for them. Another drama that took place, we had Pinkies Out with a broken control arm. So they won the race yesterday, broke a control arm today, and that took them out of the race completely. They said, well, we're not going to fix this. We're going to pack it in, and we get to go home early.
Yeah.
So they went home early with a win in their back pocket. And so we've seen a little bit of change of position since then. But for the most part, it's been a battle between the RVA guys and Parts Badger, with teams like Fuse 15 and No Foo Racing also in the hunt up there.
Yes, Fuse has led a little bit today, and they've been rolling right along. Something has been happening at the back of the pack. You were talking about cars' performance. We've had a flat-out Nemesis, which is, I can't recall the number of the car right now, but it's NC Miata, and they've won a few races. They had some bad luck and some brake issues and didn't start the race today on time.
Mm-hmm.
But they're trying to get the car prepped and ready for Sebring. But if you look down and you want to find the fastest time of the day, old Chucky is, that thing is hauling it. And he does have some probably the best tires on, because they weren't used yesterday, and there are the Quicker brand. I don't know if anybody else is running them out there right now. But the performance of that car is, and the drivers too, is something else. So they're getting ready for Sebring, so remember that name, at the end of the month. Yeah, that's what's on there. And they could possibly be in the mix, because they have won overall before. And here we go, Roy, going by the
Yeah, that
the
Ranger.
truck, the Ranger. And I tell you what, that brand new team, I don't think we've had a call on them. Now, they haven't been the fastest thing going around, but that thing has been just steady both days. I think I commented yesterday. They were just, learning all they can. Just, didn't have the expectation of kicking anybody's, stuff when they got here. Just wanted to learn how to do it. And they seem to be on the right path because, some people come in here and just like over their heads and just won't admit it. And you got to start somewhere and work into it. These guys, even though we're amateurs and stuff, we got some pretty stout teams that some of these pros find out when they roll up in there to have some fun. And all of a sudden it's like, whoa, these guys can wheel too.
Yeah, I drove by their paddock spot after the race yesterday. There had to be 30 people, support team, family, friends, lined up next to the truck, getting their picture taken, and they were over the moon. They were so excited. They had so much fun yesterday because they probably didn't expect to do what they did, which was finish the race.
Yes, have a good day. No problem.
They had a great day.
And, it's a very well-built truck. I mean, for their first build, they did some really nice stuff. Gave them some suggestions on things that would be better the next one, but that's how it is. We evolve. And you don't build your best car. The first one is usually not the best. So and then we have I believe that's Roy back in.
Yeah, Roy's in that Miata again, and he's getting those lap times down there. $1:42. Let's see, Fuse 15's come into the pits. There's $1.41 there for you. So yeah, he's doing those 140s and 141s again. I don't know if he can maybe close the gap and get all this done in a little over an hour. Maybe he's got something. Sorry about the swinging camera there. It's actually the only remaining in-car camera feed that we have. Everybody else is offline at the moment, but maybe we'll get something coming on here in a little bit. Yeah, Fuse 15 shown in the pits. The Walsh Brace Racing team, NoFu Racing, and the Stug Racing Experience all shown not turning laps. And NoFu, I don't know, maybe they sustained some damage from that contact earlier. But I don't have them on the racetrack at the moment. And the Carfab Cobalt, it looks like they're in the pits and they've got the hood up. The car's not actually jacked up on the left, I don't believe. I think the camera's been kind of gradually tilting to the left there a little bit. So that's what's going on there.
You sure you don't have this thing mounted on one of them old oscillating fan type things? Because it's pretty steady. Back and forth. It's like, man, might not be a bad idea to have one like that.
It's all on purpose. Yeah, I meant it to be like that. That's by design, my friend.
Well, there you go.
Sun finally peeking through again for the first time in quite a long time today. Several hours we've been kind of overcast and gloomy. And then here comes the sun, as they say. Do-do-do-do.
Yep, Beatles, man. Give me some Beatles.
The sun peeking out over the top of the building there as we have a car coming into the pits. Coming to pay a visit.
Let me see, who is that?
So
didn't catch it.
Bernie's saying RVA can go a lot further on fuel and shouldn't have to pit, and Parts Badger just can't catch him on speed. Doesn't have the pace to do it. So that's the story we have in front of us here, folks. Try as he might. Although they've led the majority of the race, I think the old strategery is what's going to catch them out today. And I don't think they're going to be able to do anything about it unless something happens here. But we've certainly seen so much this season that's happened.
What did they say? That's racing? I mean, it's just... This stuff is so hard. I mean, but it's so good when you get it right. But there's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah.
How many parts are on that car? And trust me, every one of them can say, see ya.
Thousands. Multiple parts and many systems that have to work properly. Think about it. You got the fuel system, the oiling system, the cooling system, the braking system, suspension. The drive line.
Well, not just drive line, the driver system. That's, you know.
Yeah.
We had a team here, you know, one guy's 7 seconds a lap off the other guy. You know, it's hard to win like that. You know, you got to have a group of guys that are pretty close together. You know, one fast guy and 3 not so much. It's kind of hard to deal with, but everybody's got to learn or try and get better, and we all do. Seems like the more we do, the better we get. That happens in most things, I think.
Yeah. And thank you, Bernie, for doing the math on all that for me. Appreciate that.
Yeah, Bernie, how you doing, buddy? Haven't seen you in a while. I'll get back up your way again next year. Hope to see you and spend some time with you.
Yeah, Bernie, a broadcaster in his own right, really. He's
done everything. And, you know, not just us old grassroots stuff. He's been to the pinnacle, you know.
Yeah.
IndyCar. I mean, you know. Oh, yeah, I had a career in IndyCar. You know, yeah, whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he's a good guy. So I've just been so fortunate to meet all the people I have doing this. It's been pretty incredible. All right, Paulie, I'm going to have to step back out here and do my real job again.
All right, my friend.
I don't even noticed I got hurt out there on pit road a little while ago.
Is that the Band-Aid?
Yeah. I took a nose dive across. Somebody had a cord stretched across and didn't have it taped down. Had a nice loop up, and these big old feet I got kind of got tangled up in there, and down I went. I bounced off the pavement with my nose. It's good. It's a good thing it's big. It ground it down some, but I think the swelling is kind of keeping it equal. So, might have some black eyes tomorrow. I don't know. It rung my bell pretty good, but I'm all right.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, you know when you were a kid and used to fall, you just bounce right up and go. You know, need stitches, it's squirting blood. No, you're okay. Let's go. So went down to the infield care center here, which I didn't realize how nice the inside of that facility is. Have you been in there?
No, haven't had
It
to.
is like a hospital emergency room in there. I mean, it's amazing the things they have, and it's really, really nice. So VIR, again, taking care of us. Yep, this facility is just, they keep making it better and better.
And Bernie saying, thanks, guys. See you next season. Yep, we'll be out there. We shall.
I hope he gets to race some. He hasn't run his car in a while.
It's the Focus, right?
Yep, one of the foci.
The foci.
Yeah. All right, Hoss, well, I'm headed back out there. Y'all folks have a good one, and come join us for some Sebring action here at the end of the month, because that is, we got 92, 93 cars so
Do we?
far,
I hadn't even checked yet.
Yes. Woo!
A nice-sized field.
Yeah, you're going to make up for not having so many here.
Yeah.
But
it's going to be fun.
Our date next year will be nowhere near close to Thanksgiving as, the day after. So,
yeah.
We're
pushed into December next year.
Every 5 years, it ends up right against Thanksgiving, so you got to take what you take sometimes. We can't be all that, but if we give a date up, then you have a very hard time getting a date back. So
that's the way it is.
Yep.
So,
but it's been some great racing here this weekend. Like yesterday was something else, and today also. I mean, still this thing, RVA have a little tiny glitch, and it's going to tighten right on back up very, very quickly.
This is true.
Yep. I hope they put all the bolts back in that exhaust, because it was about this time yesterday that, she went boom. So, all right, Hoss, y'all have a good one. Paulie, it's been great. Hope to see you again soon. We'll be at Sebring and
Yep.
Golden, brother. See y'all later. Have a wonderful one.
Thanks. That's Ray Frank, board member and technical director, and I think he's Band-Aid wearer, pretty much here at every race, working all the time for Champ Car. So, and won the Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award a couple years back, and well deserved. You got to present one today, and that's Sue won this year's Spirit of Doc Waldrop Award. So congratulations, Sue. Yeah. Got some hard workers in the series. Taking care of you folks and making sure you have the best experience. So Rich Musa, maybe, is in the car of the Fuse 15 Miata. It looks like he's got little headlight doors open. No, those are actually lamps that are mounted on the car. We now require in ChampCar that headlamps be mounted for all the cars that compete, even on the day races, so that if it gets unusually dark, maybe some clouds roll in, that we can have those turned on. And yesterday we saw some headlights coming on towards the end of the race. You know, we're moving into winter here, and we don't get as much daylight as we used to. So yeah, there was quite a few cars out there running with their headlights on. I see Parts Badger coming down the front straightaway. Their headlights are already on. Yep, the Ford Ranger coming down the front straightaway now. They're starting themselves another new lap here. And so the Cobalt's in. Not So Bright Racing, they're back in the pits right now. Leaning in the car door is one of the workers there. I'm not sure what he's working on. They got another crewman going in through the other door. Now the door goes shut. And it looks like the other crewman on the driver's side is working on that window net. Maybe trying to get that to, yep, making sure it's in there. So when they arrive at pit out and they get checked, not going to have any problems with it. So cars started up and they are rolling down pit road. Car 434. Not So Bright Racing, a 92 BMW, orange BMW. 325. So, yep, shadows beginning to drop in the sky as we're getting later and later in the day. Just as before. There's the car fab guys. Looks like someone's jumping in the car in the pits here. They're going to send out another driver. So RVA Graphics and Wraps, the number 411, that's the BMW with the wing on the back, is leading the race right now. And they're heading down the front straightaway right in front of me, paired up with their sister car and a Porsche Boxster. There they go. Down into turn one we go. Come through the turns 2 and 3. And this camera is pretty difficult to see anything with the sun coming right down inside of it. There's Not So Bright going through. And there's the two RVA Graphics and Wraps machines. And the Fuse 15 right in the mix of it with the leader of the race. Head down through turn 6 here through the snake. through into Hogpen here. And Fuse 15, pretty quick car. See if they can hang with RVA here as they come onto the front straightaway again. Yeah, not doing too bad. And Mazda Miata. And then turn one here, see if they can get by the BMW. Yep, looks good. Yeah, he's doing himself a good job hanging with these guys. You know, considering they're leading the race. Alright. Let's go ahead and take us another commercial break here. We'll be back in a few minutes. You're watching ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. RVA Graphics and Wraps leads this race. Nearly 200 laps turned so far. Got some more racing for you, so stay right there. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Come on, Road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Engineered to meet or exceed original equipment performance, exclusively at AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Located in Northeast Ohio with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Duralast, designed to meet or exceed OE performance with OE-matched friction formulations and fitment for 97% of cars on the road. Backed by a noise-free guarantee when professionally installed. That's the Duralast difference. Only at AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So, checking back in on things. Yes, over 200 laps now turned here today for the 7-hour race at Virginia International Raceway. And Illuminati Racing has just left the pits in their Mazda. They came in for their stop and are back out. F-Class leader still M2R, EC being led by RCX Motorsport again today. A-Class is being led by Walsh Brace Racing, B-Class by Parts Badger, and C-Class by RVA Graphics and Wraps. And Bernie noting RVA's pace has dropped off and Parts Badger's picked it up. If this remains the same, Parts Badger could catch them in 18 laps. There should be about 34 laps remaining. So the race, as they say, is on. We'll be keeping an eye on RVA and see what's going on here. Now let's see. Yeah, they were turning some 144s and 143s, and then they cranked it up the last 2 laps and ran some 141s. Parts Badger running 140s and 141s, so they're going to have to keep that pace up. And yeah, I was talking to one of the guys here at the track. We were just remarking how it seems like, it was John with the Pinkies Out team. We were just remarking how sometimes you have the speed, but you just keep catching the guys right as you go into the corners, and it messes up your lap. It messes up your whole exit and your entry into the corner, and then voila, you've got yourself another slow lap on your hands. 56 seconds now the gap from Parts Badger to RVA Graphics and Wraps. And, Roy just does such a great job of being consistently quick lap to lap to lap. So we'll see if RVA can keep up that kind of pace. And the Cobalt team, he's working on with something electronic, some kind of gadget there. As the hood is up on the car again. They would love, love, love to get that car back out. Here comes the flat-out Nemesis Miata back down pit road. A test weekend for them. Wasn't planned that way, I guess, but that's what it turned into. Here comes Parts Badger crossing the start-finish line. A 140.8. That was a Porsche Boxster going by. Waiting on the RVA Graphics and Wraps car to come and show us what they can do on this lap. Got some wind being picked up in the microphone on the camera here out there at the entrance to the pits. Here comes the number 411 of RVA Graphics and Wraps down the front straightaway. They turn in a 142. That's another 2-second advantage for Parts Badger just on that last lap. On board with the Fuse 15 Mazda Miata. Nofu Racing shown not turning laps right now, and it looks like their camera is offline, so presupposes that they have killed the power. Here comes Parts Badger once again, and Roy is killing it. A 139.629. Ho ho ho. That's impressive. He is really leaning into that Mazda now. See a little bit of opposite lock there. He has stepped up the pace. He is going for it. We got a race on our hands, folks. And it's not the first time this year that Sunday is the big day. No, we've had a lot of races come down to the wire on Sunday that have led to some really exciting racing. I mentioned that at the beginning of the broadcast today, and it looks like it's holding true again today. There's Flat Out Nemesis at the bottom of the screen. So Parts Badger sets their fastest lap time of the day. Isn't this when the tires are all worn out and the cars are tired and you're not supposed to be fastest at the end of the day, are you? Isn't that what the excuse shirts say? It's the guy that leads is supposed to have the best time and then the car's fresh. Here comes Parts Badger across the start-finish line again. Let's see what they give him. He earns another 139.623, besting his previous lap time. All right. The game is afoot, as they say in the Sherlock Holmes series and the movies. And Flat Out Nemesis comes down the straightaway here. Waiting for RVA Graphics and Wraps. Yep, here comes RVA, the number 411, the leader of the race. And see what he earns on this lap. And it looks like it was a 141.379. So Roy continuing to close the gap on the BMW. Yeah, I think I had a bracket that was doing this thing with the camera last year. Here comes Roy again. And now a 140.070. He's just remarkably consistent. So I had one of these cameras in one of Frank's cars, and the thing was loose, and one of his guys taped it and then zip tied it too to keep the thing from moving, and it worked. The thing is solid. In fact, I'm using it on the racetrack. I should have probably used it in the car. "37 minutes remain in the race." Waiting for RVA Graphics and Wraps to come by. Here they come. Down the front straightaway, number 411. Look at the timing and scoring change. A 141.8. So a near 2-second advantage once again for Parts Badger. I wish they would give us a gap here. I guess the gap would be... Yeah, I'm just seeing the one lap. Look over on Race Monitor. Yeah, it just says a lap. Maybe we'll get a gap this time by. Here he comes down the front straightaway. And it's a 140.776. The gap now 48.9 seconds. That's a big gap for 38 minutes. He's definitely going for it, Timothy. I'll give you that. I just don't know that he's got enough time. It's going to be tough. But this is the thing to do. Just keep pushing, because you don't know what's going to happen up ahead. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. You just got to go for it. He probably doesn't know, tit for tat, what's going on for sure. His team could radio him and tell him, say, you're catching him a couple seconds a lap. But you just got to keep pushing. 207 laps turned so far for the leader of the race and for this man and his team, Parts Badger. Yeah, I think if I remember right, Roy said that this was kind of a new fuel system for the car, so they weren't real sure about how fuel was going to go. But he left. He was saying something about an hour and 40 minutes. I think he left within the window. He'd be fine. I think it was around an hour and 30-some minutes when he left. So we'll see. Here comes Parts Badger down the front straightaway. A 141.0, 48 seconds now the gap. So welcome everybody to ChampCar.Live. If you're just joining us, we're watching the battle for first and second place. It's a close one. Here comes the leader of the race. Across the start-finish line just now, and down quite a bit, a 144.0 on that lap. Yeah, if you can hit that like button, sure appreciate it. And we'll see what the Parts Badger team can do this time by. here they come. Down the front straightaway, the Mazda Miata of Parts Badger crosses the start-finish line with a 140.5, trimming about another 4 seconds. So down from a 148 to a 144.7. Now that is a big chunk. That's 2 laps worth of gain right there. Two laps worth of gain for the Miata team. Through the snake, headed towards turn 7. Here comes the leader of the race as Parts Badger heads through turn 7. A 143.3, continuing to keep that window open for Parts Badger. He needs to average a 2.75 second lap advantage over the leader in order to overtake, to catch, at least to catch him. So that time by 41 seconds now, the gap, as Roy turns in another 140.0. So things are definitely heating up here. We're going to take one more commercial break and be back in a few. Stay with us.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
At AutoZone, you get what you need when you need it. Got a today job? Pick it up free same day at your local AutoZone. More of a tomorrow project? Order as late as 10 p.m. with free next day delivery. Getting the job done just got easier.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. RVA Graphics and Wraps is a full-service design, signage, digital graphics, and wraps company located in Richmond, Virginia. With over 20 years of experience, RVA Graphics and Wraps offers premium signage options for your business. We are dedicated to offering our clients best-in-class service in all aspects of graphic design and application. For more information, visit us on the web at rvagfx.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Located in Northeast Ohio, with 40 years of combined experience, Money Shift Racing knows how to deliver performance and safety, offering everything you need to get your vehicle and drivers ready for race day. From safety equipment to full engine assembly and repair, in-house fabrication, 3D design, and rapid prototyping. Money Shift Racing. Performance done right.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Bring on the frozen tundra. The grinding gravel, the cratered concrete, the rain-soaked streets. Come on, road. Do your worst. We'll be at our best. Reliable performance in unreliable conditions. Designed to meet or exceed original equipment performance. That's why more auto technicians choose Duralast parts. Exclusively at AutoZone.
Yeah, welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Here it is the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic on the North, the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This is ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And welcome, everybody. My name is Paul. Glad to have you this weekend. Nearly 1,700 people signed in to watch today's broadcast as we cover the race out here on the North at VIR. I want to say thank you to everybody for that. And the leader comes down the front straightaway here. 141 on that last lap. Parts Badger doing all they can to make a good race of it. The Cobalt team coming down the front straightaway here, ready to head back out onto the racetrack. Oh, they're heading back out into the paddock area. So I take that back. We're bringing her behind the wall here. Just 22 minutes left in the race, and looks like they're probably done for the day. They gave it a valiant effort, though. Give them that. They stayed after it all day long. Well done, gentlemen. Well done. It's a tough race. RVA Graphics and Wraps leads the race here with Parts Badger in second after 215 laps. Fuse 15 is in third. RVA Graphics and Wraps in the 311 is fourth. Walsh Brace Racing is fifth, and RCX Motorsport in their Porsche Boxster is sixth. M2R is seventh. The Green Machine is eighth. No Mo Money is ninth, and Orange Crush Racing is 10th. Yeah, that's too bad, Marnie. I'm sorry to see that. Yep, the 211 of the Precision Lost Parts Racing team, they've come in. There's the Carfab Cobalt 06 Chevrolet Cobalt in the garage. They've decided to call it a weekend, and it was a tough weekend for the Carfab team. Came all the way down from Canada to join us here for this race and end of the year. And it was a lot of hard work for that team. But they did get some track time this weekend, so really glad they were able to join us and come join in some fun, too. So cars not turning laps right now. No Foo Racing, Precision Lost Parts, the Stug, DOT Speed Squad, Carfab Cobalt, Pinky, Not So Bright, Flat Out, and Obtuse Racing. 217 laps now being worked by the leader of the race as they come by the start-finish line here once again today. Turning in that 143, it's RVA Graphics and Wraps. Here comes Parts Badger down the front straightaway. Clicking off another 140.8 this time. RVA Graphics and Wraps, they've kept those cars up at the front as best as they could this weekend. And they've done a fine job. And it's been a hard-fought race for them, too. Leader coming down the front straightaway once again. It's a 141.930 this time by. There's the number 311 of RVA Graphics and Wraps coming by too. And here comes Parts Badger down the front straightaway. looking to improve their lap times. This time, it is a 1:40.039. So 31.4 seconds is now the gap from first to second place. And it's looking like the Miata team is running out of time, running out of laps. But they are not done trying. 17 minutes unofficially left on the clock till the checkered flag will be displayed for the winner of this race. That visor keeps falling down. Doesn't look like he really wants it down. That sun coming right into the cockpit there as he heads up the hill through the cut through there. And Fuse 15 also experiencing some of that sun coming into the cockpit. Passing a team car could be trouble too, says Timothy. Yeah, we've certainly seen plenty of that. It's amazing how many of our races come down to the last 15 minutes. This is true. It seems like it's been happening a lot this year. And it's today's no exception. Give him another 15 minutes or 20 minutes, what would happen? Would he run out of fuel? Would he actually catch him? I don't know. I don't think we're going to find out because the checker's going to fly at the top of the hour. But anything can happen, as we know. The Ford Ranger coming down the front straightaway as the teams are bringing down the easy ups. They're being bundled up and bagged. The radio flyers are on pit lane, picking up supplies, clipboards, buckets, various supplies, flat out nemesis trundling down pit road as the leader comes by on the front straightaway at full song, turning in a 1:42.5 on that last lap. Yeah, I agree, Timothy. One of the best years yet. The best year I can remember for exciting racing, yeah. And here comes Parts Badger. They're actually side by side with the 311 as they come down to the start-finish line to click off another lap here at VIR. Parts Badger with a 141.6, 28.6 seconds. Now the gap to the lead. He's under 30 seconds. So you can bet that the 311 car would like to try to hold up that Parts Badger car just a little bit. Wouldn't mind slowing it down just a touch. Fuse 15 crosses the start-finish line. In third place there with that 144.1. So we can't forget about them. They've put in a valiant effort, and they are leading A-Class today in third place overall. Yeah, I mean, if I'm Roy, I'd be pretty happy. I would agree. I think certainly he would like to do more, but flat out Nemesis has gotten around the Parts Badger car, and they're headed up the hill. Here comes the leader of the race down the front straightaway, and he turns in a 142.7 on that last lap. Here comes the leader around turns 2 and 3. Parts Badger on their way up to the front straightaway. Oh no, it looks like he's coming into the pits. Parts Badger looks to be coming into the pits, folks. Timothy, you may have called it. There may be a fuel issue. Let's go back on board and see if we can pick anything out. I don't know, but he has come into the pits. The crew is going over the wall. I see a fuel jug in hand. I see fire extinguisher. And they are lined up at the back of the car, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and add fuel to that machine. And just as you called it,
huh? We're going to be in second. We're good. Yeah. Can you, do you have Allen heads? What? Do you have Allen heads? No, it's all back at the trailer.
all the tools are packed away, so he can't get his visor's loose and he can't fix it. So, yeah, it's a valiant effort. They just don't have the fuel to put up a fight with the RVA Graphics and Wraps team, a team that has also, by the way, supported this series for so long. And there was a time when the Champ Car Endurance Series was the RVA Graphics and Wraps Champ Car Endurance Series. And there's the 311 coming by. There's the leader of the race. Now, they've put some fuel in the race car, and now they're just looking at the clock. They're actually having a little trouble reading the timer on the clock. Which, the sun's coming across the, the pit lane kind of at an odd angle here. I don't think they're looking to fill the car completely. They just need enough fuel to get them to the end. So yeah, it's a shame. Parts Badger in the pits. They should be able to get some fuel and get back out as the leader comes by in front of them as they are in the pits to start another lap here with a 145.7. Now that the heat is off, they can settle into a more comfortable pace and bring her home. Looks like the Miata's fired up, and he's really just, I guess he's just waiting to be waved on. Yep, he's rolling down pit road now, heading towards pit out. And they're trying to get back out before Fuse 15 catches up with them. Fuse 15 and their Miata is the next competitor that they need to be concerned about. Here comes the leader of the race to put another lap down on Parts Badger. They come through at a 146.4. They have definitely backed it down. Fuse 15 headed up the hill. The Ranger coming down the front straightaway, rather. Still turning laps. There's Parts Badger back on the racetrack. Looks like Flat Out Nemesis going by there. Yep, there's Flat Out Nemesis there. Here comes the leader. You can be sure they're looking forward to this win. This is sweet redemption for them after yesterday. That is for RVA Graphics and Wraps. RBA coming through turns 4 and 5 here. The leader of the race in the cut through. The Porsche Boxster lead EC car coming down across the start-finish line now. And here comes the leader of the race. And their sister car, number 311, also coming down the front straightaway. And Parts Badger not far behind. They're actually pretty close to the 311 as they come through. Parts Badger holding on to second place there, fending off the Fuse team in their Miata. Fuse turned in a 142 on that last lap. Parts Badger a 142 to Fuse's 144. Yes, Timothy, the Sebring race will be the next broadcast, and it's the next race for the Champ Car Series, so, yep. That's at the end of the year. The Flat Out Nemesis Miata is coming into the pits. Here comes the leader. With about 2 minutes to go, We should be getting that signal pretty soon with 1 lap to go. There's the leader working their way around the track. This should be it. A valiant effort by the Parts Badger team for sure. It just wasn't their day today. Not for the win, but for a solid performance for second place. They did well. Up the hill they go there. The leader of the race, RVA Graphics and Wraps. This may be the final lap. I don't know if we're going to get a 1 to go from the tower or not. I'm looking at that clock, and it is running down quick. And here comes the leader of the race, headed down to the tower. I see a flag in the air. That must be the 1 to go. This is the final lap of the race for RVA Graphics and Wraps. 1 lap to go. They have fought so much adversity this weekend. Yesterday, it looked like they had things wrapped up. And then it was exhaust problems, and they had to come in. They were meatballed by the track to come in and fix that problem. There were sparks underneath the car. So they had to come in and fix the car, and that handed the win over to the Pinkies Out team in their BMW. They started the race today towards the front, but they just didn't seem to have the pace to keep up with the Parts Badger, which was the fastest car out there for so long today. And it just seemed as though they did not have the pace to compete with the Badger now that it was starting closer to the front of the pack. If you'll remember, it was Parts Badger that passed everybody at the beginning of the race at the front, including both of the RVA Graphics and Wraps machines, to take over the lead of the race, and they disappeared into the distance, and that Ecotec swamped Miata. But then the few woes caught up with the Miata team, and there they are, the RVA Graphics and Wraps duo coming down the front straightaway, and now satisfaction is theirs as the checkered flag flies high for RVA Graphics and Wraps, taking the win at the RVA Graphics and Wraps VIR Winter Classic on the North today at Virginia International Raceway, Day 2. Congratulations, guys. Fantastic race. Well done. They really didn't put a foot wrong today, and they earned this race the hard way by going out and earning it lap for lap and racing clean. They did a great job. So congratulations to RVA Graphics and Wraps on another great win for that team. RVA Graphics and Wraps takes the win here today with Parts Badger finishing in second place. Then we have Fuse 15 taking third. RVA Graphics and Wraps finishing fourth. And Walsh Brace Racing finishing in fifth place. So that's A class going to Fuse 15, B class to Parts Badger, C class to RVA Graphics and Wraps. Get that, the top three cars, all different classes. There was no D-Class competitor today that took laps. So then we go to F-Class, and that's going to go again to the M2R team and their Mazda Miata. EC going to, again, RCX Motorsport as they cross the start-finish line to take another win here today in EC. Thanks, Mark, Timothy, Bernie, Justin, Hyler, everybody for joining on the broadcast who chose to chime in and watch the show today. Another exciting race here at VIR. And so that's going to do it for us here. And for myself for this weekend, thank you so much. It's a privilege. It is really a privilege doing this for you. Looking very much forward to the end of December for our New Year's Eve race at Sebring International Raceway. So that's going to do it for us for this weekend. So long, everyone. Take care.
Bye.